Chapter 522. Bakeland, Cherwood Borough. When the crimson glow in front of her faded, Furs saw the familiar desk and the open notebook where she recorded her inspirations. To her, such an experience was nothing new, but it still made her feel awe from the bottom of her heart. This was a power that didn't belong to humans. Even a demigod couldn't do it. I'll get the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch in 2 days. My apprentice potion has also been digested. Finally, I'm going to become a trickmaster. I wonder what kind of beyonder powers I'll obtain. By relying on myself to complete the advancement, teacher will definitely value me more. In the future, other than the potion formula, he'll definitely provide me with more or less beyonder ingredients. I'm looking forward to it. I don't even know what the corresponding sequence 6 and 5 are called. All I know is that sequence 7 is astrologer. Once I become a trickmaster, I'll immediately write to teacher. Furs felt that she was one step closer to escaping the curse of the full moon. At that moment, she heard a series of hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Finally, it turned into a clanging sound as the door opened. Zio is out again. She sure is busy. Furs sighed silently. If it wasn't for the £400 she owes Viscount Glaint, we would be on vacation at Desi Bay. After a long period of hard work, thanks to the increase in her strength, certain missions that she couldn't complete in the past had become simple. In addition, she would occasionally receive small missions that paid well from the Golden Masked Man. Zio had already raised her savings from £110 to £320. She was only £80 away from paying off her debt. Actually, I can help her pay the £80 first. Unfortunately, although she's not tall, she has a strong pride. Furs reined in her thoughts and began considering the matter that Mr. World had entrusted her with. As a doctor and an author, she didn't know much about radios or even machinery. She usually didn't pay attention to the relevant content in the newspapers, so she had no idea where to buy the radio transceiver that Mr. World wanted. A department store? I don't think so. Alright, Avil writes science fiction. He should know quite a bit in this area. Furs quickly found someone to consult, but she immediately had a new problem. Should she visit him directly or write a letter to ask? Glancing at the reclining chair covered with a thick, soft blanket and smelling the aroma of coffee and tobacco in the room, she felt a slowly wriggling warmth. Furs's motivation to go out slowly dissipated. I'm not familiar with him. I shouldn't pay him a visit, she muttered as she sat down and unfolded the letter. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek opened his eyes, waking from his pretend sleep. According to his original plan, he should have held the sacrificial ritual now and sent out the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. However, the words of the hanging man reminded him, making him decide to be more cautious and observe more. I'll first gather all the ingredients that Mr. the Hanging Man wants and complete the sacrifice in one go. After a few seconds of silence, he attached the axe of hurricane and headed straight for the steeple. He first checked the information of the items available at the Merit Exchange Point, but he wasn't in a hurry to complete the transaction. He planned on heading to the underground market to take a look after the lightning in the sky lessened. Derek went up to the 3rd floor and headed straight for the mythical and ancient classics section of the library. Filled with hunger, he searched for valuable knowledge that he hadn't learned before. Suddenly, he saw a book with a hard yellow cover. Giant King's Court, Book of Blackrock, a handwritten collection. A record passed down directly from the Giant King's Court? I wonder if there's any content related to Kings of Angels. Derek reached out and pulled out the book, discovering that it was bound with brown monster hide. At this moment, on the upper level of the library, Colin Iliad, who was wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat, was standing silently, looking down. His ungroomed white hair was gently blown by the wind that blew in through the window. His light blue eyes were deep and reserved. Wednesday, January 12, 5:40 p.m. The sky was dark and the clouds were rolling. Dark blue waves rose and fell, rising and falling. The white agate bobbed up and down in this scene of an impending storm, like a toy in the hands of a giant. This is the sea. No matter how powerful one's strength is, it will appear insignificant in front of it. Donna stood by the window and admired the scene outside. Fortunately, we're about to arrive at the City of Generosity. After leaving Bansi Harbor, the white agate's voyage had been rather smooth. With the help of the wind, its speed had stabilized at 15 knots. Therefore, it only arrived at Tiana Harbor a little later than scheduled, completing the entire journey half a day earlier than usual. This also meant that the white agate, which was scheduled to arrive at the City of Generosity on the morning of the 13th, would arrive at the harbor on the evening of the 12th. Upon hearing Donna's wistful words, Klein only glanced up at him before retracting his gaze and continuing his thoughts. The more he played the role of German Sparrow, the more he had to force himself to act in accordance with his persona, and the more deeply he realized what kind of person he was. When faced with different situations, the choices he really wanted to make were different from those of German Sparrow. For example, he would normally respond to Donna's and chat with him about the weather at sea and the disasters brought about by the terrifying storms. However, German Sparrow wouldn't do that. He would definitely treat him coldly and restrain himself in silence. The more such contrasts there are, the more I understand myself. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. This was an experience he didn't have when he acted as a private detective, Sherlock Moriarty. This was because back then, he didn't need to disguise his personality. All he needed to do was be himself. I feel like I've digested a little of my potion. However, German Sparrow has something in common with me. At the very least, when I chose to disembark the ship and enter Bansi Harbor to save him, I completely overlapped with this identity. There's no difference. Of course, it can also be said that I've added a persona to a certain extent. Beneath the gentlemanly and craziness is a kind, brave, compassionate, and sentimental heart. I shouldn't praise myself. If I had known that Bansi was Binzi, I would have most likely chickened out. Not necessarily. At the very least, the danger I divined back then was within an acceptable range. Klein thought in a self-deprecating manner. This made him increasingly aware of a problem. Although acting as a purely fictional person could help him digest the potion, in order to speed up and improve his progress, he needed to replace an existing identity, obtain the affirmation of the other party's interpersonal relationships, and feel the corresponding emotions. He needed to immerse himself but not lose himself in it, become anyone, but ultimately return to himself? And obtain feedback from the corresponding personnel? Klein looked at the pale yellow carpet as his mind raced. Seeing that German Sparrow didn't respond, Donis spread his hands in exasperation, feeling suffocated. Apart from making me do some servant work, this crazy fellow is great in other aspects. There's only one thing about him. He doesn't like to speak and has a communication barrier. If this continues, I'll definitely go crazy. Fortunately, I'm finally reaching Byam. I can finally be free. Donis felt that sooner or later, he would develop the habit of speaking to himself in similar silence. After a while, he saw German Sparrow look up and smile. You can tell me about the pirate contact points in Byam. Dogsh *T. It's better if you don't speak. Donna's expression contorted. Whoosh. At 6:15 in the evening, before the storm arrived, the white agate smoothly entered the harbor and arrived at the capital of the Rörsted archipelago, the City of Generosity, Byam. This place was also known as the Spice Archipelago. There were all kinds of exotic spices, and plantations in this area were the mainstay of the economy. Among them, the Blue Mountain Island, where Byam was located, occupied more than half of the archipelago's land area. There were gold, silver, copper, coal, iron, and other mineral deposits. It had a high forest coverage, a variety of fruits, and the land was exceptionally fertile. It was precisely because of this that the first colonists named the city they built by the sea, City of Generosity, believing that it was a land of treasures promised by the gods that flowed with milk and honey. Klein carried the suitcase that Donna's had packed, left room 312, and entered the corridor leading to the deck. As expected, he met Donna's family and Clevy's and the others. After being frightened, the siblings were still a little afraid of Klein. They hid behind their parents and bodyguards, not daring to speak like deflated balloons. Klein nodded slightly as a greeting. At that moment, Ertie Branch hesitated for a second before taking half a step forward. "Mr. Sparrow, will you be staying in Byam? If I want to hire, no, ask for your help. How should I contact you?" As expected of a businessman with a spirit of adventure. Even if he's afraid, he still wants to befriend someone with beyonder powers. Klein thought for a moment. What newspapers are there here? The archipelago is mainly popular with the Sonia Morning Post and the News. Ertie didn't need to think to give the answer. Place an advertisement in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 consecutive days to buy Demir's special cured meat. Leave your address and I'll look for you. If I don't show up after 3 days, it means that I've gone out to sea again. Klein cautiously gave him a one-way contact method. All right. Ertie exhaled and smiled. Clevy's and the others expressed their gratitude once again and left the cabin in an orderly manner. Seeing that the gangway was in sight, Donna suddenly slowed down and shrank back to Klein's side. She looked up and bit her lip. And said, "Uncle Sparrow, since that kind of power is bound to bring danger and madness, why did you choose it?" She had thought about this question for a long time before she finally mustered the courage to ask. Klein was stunned for a moment before he instinctively smiled. "For a dream." Then, he lowered his voice and spat out 2 words. "And to protect." "Protect." Donna muttered the word in a daze as she quickened her pace and caught up to her parents. After watching the Branch family leave the White Agate, Klein retracted his gaze and said to Donna's beside him, "You're free. You're free." Ah? Donna's was still a little unaccustomed to it. Chapter 523. Klein didn't say anything else, nor did he bother with Donna's. He pressed down on his top hat, carried his suitcase, and walked down the gangway. "You're really letting me go?" Blazing Donnas stood on the deck, his face filled with suspicion. Although he had expected such an outcome since he could imagine what would happen today when German Sparrow let him go in Demir Harbor, he still found it unbelievable. He felt that everything had happened too easily. "No matter what, I'm worth 3,000 pounds. No, this is just a one-sided bounty from Rouen. Isn't that madman, German Sparrow, an adventurer? How could he let go of the huge fortune placed in front of him? I can't understand." It's true that normal people can't understand a madman. Donnas gradually came to his senses. He took his luggage, carefully walked down the gangway, and stepped onto the concrete floor of the harbor. He straightened his back, raised his head, and glanced at German Sparrow's back. He realized that German Sparrow really didn't turn back. He followed the road and headed straight for Coastal Street. Donnas didn't dare delay. He immediately turned around and left through another path. From time to time, he would turn and change directions, and from time to time, he would use obstacles to look back, hoping that he wouldn't be followed. Soon, he arrived at the row of houses near the warehouse at the dock. German Sparrow really didn't use me as bait. Donnas examined himself again and again before he completely relaxed. At that moment, he felt that he had finally obtained freedom. As a boatswain of a pirate admiral, he no longer needed to be bullied and ordered around like a servant. "I can already foresee that tomorrow will be extremely beautiful. There will be a bunch of people vying to flatter me and become my servants." Danitz happily knocked on the door in a rhythmic manner, 3 long intervals followed by 3 short ones. German Sparrow asked me to reveal the pirate's point of contact in Byam. I'll definitely only tell those who aren't on good terms with us. He definitely wouldn't have guessed that our Golden Dream's point of contact is at the dock. Donnas picked his nose and breathed in the fresh sea breeze before the rain fell. Byam was the center of the Ruan Kingdom's colonial rule in the central Sonia Sea. It was one of the largest cities in the region, with many powerful official beyonders. No matter how arrogant a pirate was, they wouldn't dare to openly appear here. Most of the time, they had to rely on the local gangs or people with deep backgrounds to deal with the loot and buy necessities. Of course, this didn't mean that they wouldn't come to Byam. The Red Theater here was the most famous brothel on the sea. Countless pirates came because of its reputation. Even if one or two of their peers were caught there every once in a while, it didn't stop them from coming. Apart from the spice trade, the brothel industry was another pillar of the Rorstad archipelago. Apart from the Red Theater, there were brothels of all sizes, open and hidden everywhere, fully satisfying the desires of the strong men on the sea. As for the female pirates, they didn't have to worry about this problem. As long as they were willing, they could be satisfied at any time. After all, there were many mouths to eat, but there wasn't much meat to be had. On the sea, where there was widespread belief in the Lord of Storms, the number of women had always been small. Similarly, the underground trade of beyonder ingredients and mysticism was also quite frequent here. There were many circles. Those small ports are still better. We don't have to be afraid of being discovered at all. We can openly sit in bars and quarrel with the adventurers across from us, or even get into a fight. As long as we don't cause any trouble or kill anyone, the local official beyonders will pretend that they don't see anything. With their strength, it's often very risky for them to interfere. Donnas thought mockingly. At this moment, he heard footsteps and saw the door creak open. A familiar face came into view. "Old man, you didn't drink today?" Donnas greeted with a smile. Standing at the door was one of the contacts of the Golden Dream in the Rorstad archipelago, Old Lin. Old Lin coughed twice and made way. Donnas stepped into the dark room, and his nose suddenly twitched. He smelled the fragrance of Lanty proof. No, Old Lin liked to drink the locally produced Byam Black Rand. As this thought flashed through his mind, Donnas was alarmed. Then, he saw a man with his back facing him stand up. He was tall, tanned, and muscular. His hair was curled like marbles. Steel Mavati. Donna's pupils constricted rapidly. This was Admiral of Blood Seigneur's second mate, a pirate with a bounty of 6,000 pounds. The sea breeze blew, and the sharp leaves swayed, ready to fall at any moment. Klein walked along Coastal Street at a moderate pace. The passers-by around him were in a hurry, their footsteps hurried. His spiritual intuition told him that the storm would take some time to fall. He had enough time to find a hotel to stay in. Whoosh! The sound of the wind grew louder as tree branches fell to the ground. There weren't many people left on the entire street. Just as Klein was about to turn into another alley, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried but messy footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. As Donnas ran with all his might, the scene in front of him began to shake. He felt abnormally painful from his wound as his life was rapidly draining away. His spirit body had already left his body, and he was close to the legendary underworld. As such, he could only vaguely hear the surrounding sounds, and everything he saw wasn't real. If not for the shadow cloak, he would have been killed by the ambush. But even so, he had suffered extremely serious injuries and could die at any moment by the side of the street. What kept him running towards Coastal Street was the need to spread the news that the contact point had been controlled by Admiral of Blood, so as to remind his captain of his beliefs, as well as the sliver of hope that the crazy but powerful figure brought. If it were him, he would definitely be able to successfully escape from Steel Mavati's clutches. Donnas began to stagger as his body gradually turned cold. Just as he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, he saw the German Sparrow standing around the corner. That refined face that hid extreme madness appeared extremely amiable at that moment. Plop! Donnas fell on his back, his hands hanging limply from his chest, revealing a hideous, exaggerated wound that exposed his organs. "Tell Captain that Old Lin has been discovered," Steal Mavady for the sake of that treasure. Donnas saw German Sparrow crouching to the side as he hurriedly said without a care in the world. Klein recalled Steal Mavady's bounty and asked, "Tell Captain that old Lynn has been discovered." "Admiral of Blood?" "Yes, tell Captain. Tell Captain," Donnas said as he panted. After getting to the point, he revealed a sorrowful smile. "Don't bother about me. I'm dying. Tell Captain that all the money I've saved has been turned into property. It's at Byam's Amiris Avenue, 12 to 16. The proof documents are hidden in the walls of basement 13. Help me sell them. Help me sell them. Bring the money to the town of Nozier, south of Intis. Give them to me. Give them to my parents. Tell them that I'm really rich." Donnas paused and said with difficulty, that I've become an excellent adventurer. Also, say, I'm sorry." His eyes suddenly moistened as he recalled the rebellious youth from back then. "I'm sorry, old man, Mom, I couldn't go home." Donna's vision darkened, and he felt that his life was coming to an end. At this moment, he saw German Sparrow stretch out his hand and press on his wound before wiping it away. Donna's sorrow suddenly stopped. He felt the numbing pain in his chest and abdomen suddenly disappear, but his left hand felt like it was broken. He looked at Klein with a blank expression. Klein looked at him quietly. No one spoke for 2 seconds. Finally, he looked down in astonishment and found that his fatal wound had strangely healed. His left arm was badly mutilated and his bones were protruding out. "I am fine?" Donnas blinked his eyes, still immersed in the sorrow and dejection of a dying man. "Why don't you treat me first?" he asked blankly. Klein looked back at the deserted other side of Coastal Street and said in a calm tone, "That's right. Wait for you to finish. This is courtesy. Manners, you son of a bitch. I was really saying my last words just now." Donnas exerted strength in his back and abruptly flipped over and stood up. He looked warily at the dock and saw a thick plume of smoke rising up. It was the result of his battle just now. As the house was ignited by me, Steal Mavady was afraid that the official Beyonders would pay attention to this area, and he was confused by the shadows, so he didn't chase after me. Donnas instantly understood the development of the matter. "Let's find a place to stay first." Klein spread out his hand and caught a drop of rain. Donnas, who didn't know if he had completely extricated himself from the crisis, immediately nodded. "All right. I can tell that this lunatic, German Sparrow, isn't afraid of Steal Mavady at all. He's not even afraid of Admiral of Blood. At times like this, I especially admire his madness. Crap, I exposed my wealth to him." Just as Donnas exhaled, his body suddenly froze. Klein carried his suitcase and cane as he silently walked in front. There was only one thought echoing in his mind. F***ck, a pirate is richer than me, Empress Burrow. Audrey, who was about to leave Bakeland, hid in her chemistry laboratory. She used the fruit of the Tree of Elders from Mr. Vampire, the blood of the Mirror Dragon, and the other ingredients she had previously gathered to concoct the psychiatrist potion. This time, she didn't get Susie to stand guard outside the door. Instead, she crouched inside and watched the process. Earl Hall had already instructed everyone not to approach her while she was experimenting, but they had to keep an eye out for any abnormalities. Phew! Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and poured the successfully concocted potion into a prepared glass bottle. The slightly golden liquid gently rippled like a deformed, gigantic pupil. Its gaze could shine into the pupil in everyone's heart. "Susie, have you memorized the process? You're a mature Beyonder. In the future, you have to learn how to concoct your own potions. No, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm just pointing out a possibility. There might be times when I'm not by your side, and you happen to need a potion," Audrey said to the golden retriever in delight. Susie was confused by the lecture. She could only respond with one word. "Woof." Restraining her emotions, Audrey raised her head and drank the psychiatrist potion. Chapter 524. The golden liquid was ice cold, making Audrey feel like she was enjoying a delicious ice cream. Following that, she drank a mouthful of champagne. Tiny bubbles constantly rose and exploded silently, giving her a tingling stimulation. Her hearing suddenly spread out. She could even hear the conversation between the two maids at the end of the corridor, who were regretting not having the chance to visit the Hall family's castle and manor in East Chester County. At that moment, Audrey felt as though she had dissolved into an illusory gas that rapidly expanded outwards. It occupied the entire house and overlapped with the sea formed by everyone's mind and consciousness. Her vision also changed. Everything she saw was abnormally smooth, turning into an unconventional mirror that reflected her present appearance. Under the description of her beauty as pure, exquisite, magnificent, and spirited, golden scales slowly grew on her exposed skin. Her green eyes contracted and were dyed with a pale golden luster, as though they had been erected. Upon seeing herself in such a state, Audrey suddenly felt fear that came from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to become an inhuman monster. With a hum, her mind began to blur. It was as though something was slowly and painfully drilling out from the surface of her body. At that moment, she heard the golden retriever, Susie's gentle voice. "Don't be afraid. Calm down. Don't be afraid. Calm down." Audrey regained her train of thought and tried her best to enter the state of a spectator. Her fluctuating emotions quickly calmed down. Her spirit seemed to leave her body and look down at her like a spectator. Audrey saw the golden scales on her body clearly recede, and she saw her emerald-like eyes return to normal. Before long, she regained control of her body and understood what beyond her powers a psychiatrist had, as well as how to use them. Just now it was really dangerous. Audrey raised her hand in lingering fear. She saw that her skin was fair and delicate, completely different from before. After this incident, she truly understood how terrifying the danger of losing control was, which Mr. Fool would occasionally mention and Mr. the Hanging Man always emphasized. She deeply understood the difficulty of the beyonder path. Even with the acting method, it was impossible to completely eliminate the hidden danger. At a gathering, Mr. World once said that beyonders are pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness. Previously, I could only understand it literally, but now I can finally feel the weight behind these words. Audrey, don't be discouraged. Don't be afraid. Dad, Mom, and brother are still waiting for you to protect them. With this experience, you won't be frightened by yourself in the future. It won't be so easy for you to lose control. Come on. Audrey clenched her fists and encouraged herself. After 2 seconds of silence, she walked to Susie, squatted down, and hugged the big golden retriever. As she combed the dog's fur, she pressed her head against the side of the dog's face and murmured in the warmth, "Thank you, thank you." Susie rubbed herself against him and said seriously, "Audrey, is this how a psychologist feels? I like it a lot." Audrey suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, she pursed her lips and promised, "Susie, let's treat each other in the future." "Yes, psychological problems." "All right, woof," Susie replied happily. Only then did Audrey truly recover. She was in the mood to examine the improvements she had received. "My body seems to have become healthier. Although I don't have any obvious muscles, my strength and speed are much stronger than before. My vision has improved again. I can even clearly see objects hidden in the darkness. My sense of smell can distinguish more minute smells, allowing me to grasp the target's true emotions and thoughts. I finally have beyonder powers in the truest sense of the word. One is awe. It can be used on a single target, or it can be used on a group of people within a certain range. It can make them feel like they are facing a dragon, instantly panicking and causing chaos. The other is frenzy. It can trigger the target's emotions or mental state, causing them to fall into a frenzy and suffer intense damage on a mental level. At times, it can even cause the target to directly lose control. The other is psychological cue. Through specific actions, specific words, and specific mediums, I can hint to the target, making them unknowingly follow my arrangements. Or, it can strongly make them not want to break a promise from the bottom of their heart. The first is placate, also known as psychoanalysis. It can allow beyonders who are on the verge of losing control to regain their rationality and escape from a dangerous situation. There's a certain probability of failure. The higher the sequence, the easier it is to succeed. It can also calm down patients who are mentally unstable due to various reasons, allowing them to communicate. The other is true mind reading. Through mediums such as candlelight and extract, I can put the target in a half-hypnotized state, directly communicating with their body of heart and mind, just like what Mr. Hilbert Alucard did to me. If I didn't have Mr. Fool's angel protecting me, I wouldn't have been able to lie under those circumstances. I have to be wary of similar techniques in the future. I can't be deceived by the target. There should be many ways to achieve such an effect. With placate and mind reading, along with some psychological knowledge, I can act as a real psychiatrist, the kind that can open a clinic. Audrey's mood quickly improved. She finally felt that she had matured and was a qualified beyonder. I'm a mid-sequence beyonder. There's indeed a qualitative change. She stood up, lifted the hem of her dress, and walked briskly in a circle. She quickly discovered a problem, and that was that a psychiatrist still lacked the ability to directly attack. Thankfully, I have it. Audrey stopped in front of the experiment table and opened a very ordinary brown box. Inside the box was a silver mask, the kind that could only cover the upper half of one's face. It was the mystical item that the hanging man had sold her. Audrey picked it up, placed it in her palm, and observed it for a few seconds. Then, she emanated her spirituality and gave it a certain thought, just like when she was above the gray fog. She saw the silver mask begin to roll inwards, turning into a slightly large earring with exquisite patterns that was hollow in the middle. "It might be better if it becomes a necklace," Audrey whispered. Following that, she tried out the various abilities of this mystical item, feeling like she had gained something. She was most satisfied with the ability to fine-tune her appearance. Unfortunately, apart from controlling flames, it doesn't have any more direct offensive abilities. Perhaps I'll have to prepare a pistol, one with beyonder effects. Audrey thought regretfully. She quickly reined in her emotions and said to the mystical item in her hand with a rising voice, "From today forth, your name shall be Lie, the most beautiful live, City of Generosity Byam, Dock Area, 48, Sour Lemon Street, Wind of Azure Hotel." Outside, it was raining and a storm was raging, but inside the luxurious suite, the fireplace was warm and the environment was tranquil. Klein sat in a chair, silently watching blazing Donna's deal with the severe fracture in his left arm. After the other party used the torn old clothes to tie his arm, he said straightforwardly, "That's right. What treasure?" According to Donna's, it was because of a particular treasure that Admiral of Blood Senior wanted to deal with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. The sound of howling wind and rain came through the window as Donna's drank a mouthful of Lanty-proof on the table and smiled angrily and bitterly. "Those bunch of people whose brains have been gnawed on by zombies. During our previous expedition, we found a sunken ship. Although we didn't obtain anything of great value, we discovered a gigantic black iron key that doesn't seem to be used by humans. Can you imagine? It actually didn't rust after being at the bottom of the sea for so many years." "Yes," Klein replied succinctly. "In the world where beyonders and mysteries intertwined, was there anything impossible? Even the resurrection of the dead, much less the others." Donna's choked. After 7 to 8 seconds, he knew how to continue. "There might have been a traitor among us, and this news spread. Countless pirates believe that it's death's key, a key that can open the treasure left behind by death. I originally thought that this problem would be cleared up quickly, so I happily applied for leave. But in the end, the matter became even more complicated. Even Admiral of Blood has joined the ranks of those crazy pirates. I even suspect that it might be Death's key, a key that can make a person a true god. Foolish, Klein calmly gave his evaluation. Be it in the field of divination or dealing with deities, he could be considered experienced. Therefore, he had his own understanding of Death's key and was very confident about it. He believed that the key was a revelation, a symbol. What opened Death's treasure vault wasn't something in the shape of a key, but a certain characteristic, a certain bloodline, or even a specific few people and their descendants. Donna's was taken aback for 2 seconds before he sighed. Your words are identical to Captain's evaluation. Even her expression is similar. She suspects that the key belongs to an older era, and it doesn't belong to humans. Before the cataclysm, there were still giants, dragons, elves, and demonic wolves living in this world. The shape of the key vaguely points to one of them. Demonic wolf. Klein suddenly thought of the ravings that always reverberated in his ears when he was advancing. The phlegria in it referred to the ancient god Annihilation demonic wolf. Something related to the treasures of the Second Era? He suppressed his curiosity and calmly said, "Write down everything that Admiral of Blood has done, including Steel Mavady and his subordinates," Klein said. He remembered that Admiral of Blood and his pirate crew were the most notorious group in the ocean. It could be said that their hands were stained with blood and had committed heinous crimes. How could I possibly remember? They're not beauties like the captain. Donis spread his hands and said, "I can only list the most important things and some details that left a deep impression on me." "Hiss, what do you want to do?" Bit by bit, Klein revealed a smile that made Donis tremble with fear. He said in a deep voice, "If it's suitable, I want to hunt them." Genius 1 Second Remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 525. Hunt them. Donis subconsciously returned with a question. When he truly understood what Gehrman Sparrow was getting at, he instantly became excited. He changed his sitting posture and suppressed his voice. As he said, "Is there anything I can do for you?" As a qualified part-time pirate, he had nothing to do with beautiful words like tolerance, pity, and benevolence. Since he had nearly died at the hands of Steel Mavady and had a chance to seek revenge, he definitely wasn't willing to miss it. He believed that the reason he could survive as a pirate was because he had an accurate grasp of the situation. He knew when to resist, when to risk his life, when to pretend not to see his enemy, and when to settle old scores. And now it was an opportunity. Donis didn't dare to make an accurate judgment on how powerful the madman, Gehrman Sparrow, was. However, from how he had finished off the fallen bishop, Millet, in 10 seconds, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with Steel Mavady. Even if he were to encounter Admiral of Blood Senior, there was still a chance of victory. Of course, this is in the case of a one-on-one battle. However, pirates never speak of chivalry. Donis thought with deep feelings. Klein leaned forward slightly, placed his elbows on his knees, and clasped his hands together. He clasped his hands and said, "I told you." What? Donis felt that he often couldn't keep up with Gehrman Sparrow's train of thought. With regards to this, he could only console himself that a normal person was different from a madman. Seeing Klein remain silent, he thought carefully and finally remembered what he had to do. Write down what Admiral of Blood and his pirate crew had done. Gehrman Sparrow definitely wants to know how much they've plundered. Donis quickly confirmed his train of thought and found a pen and paper in the room. He scribbled a bunch of things. During this process, he was especially thankful that he had only injured his left arm. After he was done, Klein reached out to receive it and read it carefully. From the parts that Donis didn't elaborate on, he confirmed that Admiral of Blood and company were indeed the most classic and vile pirate. Not only did they plunder, but they also abducted people, slaughtered crew members, and abused women. This pirate Donis actually knows how to write ancient face act. He's also educated. Klein mumbled inwardly as he took out a copper penny and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the material. Following that, he spoke in a tone as though he was ordering what to eat the next morning. "Tell me about Admiral of Blood and his subordinates." Asking for detailed information. Was he preparing to hunt them down? Donnaz was delighted, but he hated himself for not knowing enough. Admiral of Blood Senor is suspected to be an evil spirit. Anyone who faces him will die a bizarre death. They will either strangle themselves to death, commit suicide, embrace a bomb, or slaughter their companions. Our captain said that it's an evil spirit's possession. It's very similar to Miss Sharon's Beyonder powers. Wraith? Klein didn't say a word as he listened in silence to Donna's recount. Senor can let out a terrifying scream. "The last time I fought them, I nearly fainted and fell from the deck into the sea. I returned the favor and ignited one of their ships. Senor knows quite a number of undead magic. He's cruel, bloodthirsty, and lustful. His targets can be men, women, or even humanoid creatures. It matches the indulgent traits of Rose School. Yes, to be precise, it's a trait of the prisoner pathway. It's highly likely to be a wraith." Klein nodded in thought. Having received a response, Donnaz became even more enthusiastic as he spoke faster. "Our captain believes that Senor has a very powerful mystical item on him. This makes him rather lucky, allowing him to always receive the blessings of a deity. For example, at a critical moment, his opponent will suddenly slip or lose their powers. For example, winning 21 times in a row. A mystical item that can make people lucky? This is very rare. It originates from the monster pathway? Or was it related to some dark spirit?" Klein made a guess based on his knowledge of mysticism. "I haven't fought with Senor directly, so this is all I know." Donnaz wanted to shrug, but he was stopped by the pain in his left arm. "He has about 7 or 8 ships. His flagship is the Tree of Flesh and Blood. He's different from us. We're mainly after treasures and won't take in too many subordinate. We only have the Golden Dream. It's no wonder Admiral of Blood's bounty is much higher than Vice Admiral Iceberg's, reaching 42,000 pounds. His strength should be slightly stronger as well." Klein was immediately enlightened. He maintained his posture as though he wasn't affected by Admiral of Blood's intelligence. "Where are the subordinates?" Donnaz was prepared for this. He immediately said, "Senor has 10 of his strongest subordinates. The flagship's first mate, second mate, third mate, and every ship's captain. Steel Mavedi is the flagship's second mate. We're guessing that he's a sequence 6. His body is like steel, and he can withstand bullets and cannonballs. He's not afraid of fire, drowning, or many kinds of magic. He's strong and fast, and he can rip his opponent apart. He's grasped a certain level of necromancy spells, and he can awaken zombies and nurture puppets." Zombies? Klein immediately thought of Merrick, who played cards with zombies. Combined with Admiral of Blood Senor's wraith traits, could it be that these pirates are actually a peripheral organization of Rose School, or an organization that earns money? It's a pity that I don't have a messenger, nor did I ask Miss Sharon if she has one. Otherwise, I could contact her and confirm Admiral of Blood's identity." Klein guessed with some regret. He didn't give up just because it might involve Rose School. After all, he could change his face and identity after this. Besides, he had already offended the Aurora Order, Demonist Sect, Rose Redemption, and Twilight Hermit Order. He wasn't afraid of offending another one. "Actually, it's not like I haven't fought Rose School before. I've already killed a wraith, a zombie, and a werewolf. I've also snatched the Scarlet Lunar Corona and biological poison bottle." Klein suddenly realized that he had caused quite a bit of trouble. Mavedi likely doesn't have any particularly powerful mystical items, otherwise I might not have been able to escape, Donnaz said in relief. He has a bunch of puppets and zombies by his side, as well as a few sequence 7 and 8 subordinates. As the second mate of the flagship, since he's here, He should be the leader of the nearby crew. We can consider hunting him first. Below high-sequence beyonders, once there are a lot of them, there will be a qualitative change. The combination of different powers will allow them to defeat beyonders stronger than themselves. It's just like how a Nighthawk team can definitely take down a Sequence 6 or even a Sequence 5. Klein didn't belittle Steel Mavady and his subordinates just because he had obtained creeping hunger and increased his strength greatly. He remained as cautious as usual. I have to plan my actions and make sufficient preparations. Yes, the band and password I obtained from White Shark can come in handy. When Miss Magician's radio transceiver arrives, I'll get Donna's to monitor it daily to see if I can obtain the corresponding information, allowing me to seize the opportunity to quickly reap the harvest. And I'll take this opportunity to seek out the possibility of true acting. Klein quickly came up with a plan as he continued listening to Donna's description of the other subordinates of Admiral of Blood. After a while, Danitz finally finished his story and concluded in high spirits, "That's right. If I can kill Steel Mavady and leave my name behind, this matter will definitely appear in the newspapers. Once it gets out, I won't have to worry about how to inform Captain." He was afraid that there was a traitor among them, and that all the points of contact in the Rörsted archipelago had been controlled by the enemy. He didn't dare to rashly make contact, and he was vexed over how to alert Captain. "Quite an idea." Klein nodded. "You're in charge of gathering intelligence on Steel." "All right," Donnas replied with a sinister smile as he recalled the punch that nearly penetrated his heart in the evening. Klein slowly got up and walked to the window. He saw that the sky was dark outside with howling winds and pouring rain. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived. Thinking about what he was going to do next, he couldn't help but feel a sense of acting in another sense. He smiled and muttered to himself in a low voice. Tonight, Gehrman will join the hunt. City of Generosity, Byam, inside the Cathedral of Waves. Alger Wilson, who had obtained the sanguine anesthetic gas, was preparing to set sail to obtain the other main ingredient of a windblast when he was summoned by the local diocese bishop. "There's been news recently that Vice Admiral Iceberg has obtained Death's Key. All the pirates in the Sonia Sea are in an uproar," the diocese bishop said in a deep voice. "Investigate this matter." He was an elder with white hair, but he was still hale and hearty. He spoke faster than a young man, as though he would rush out at any moment to personally resolve all problems. He had a strong figure, and his muscles propped up his bishop's robe. As he breathed, the wind around him stirred, and the air was moist. There are similar rumors every year, but they all turn out to be fake. The sea always likes to spread such news. Besides, even if it's true, I don't have the right to be involved. There's no need to take the risk. I'll just ask around. Alger muttered inwardly. He solemnly clenched his fist and struck his left chest. "All right, Your Excellency Chogo. May the storm be with you." The diocese bishop was very pleased with Alger's attitude and returned the same greeting. "May the storm be with you." After receiving encouragement, Alger Wilson quickly left the cathedral and returned to the square outside. The storm from last night had subsided. Only the scattered leaves and water stains on the ground proved that they had been here. Alger took a deep breath of the fresh air after the rain and decided to visit a few places where there might be pirate. He wanted to ask around and make it seem like he was working hard. If he could meet someone with a bounty of a few £100, he didn't mind making a capture. In his opinion, this was a liquid and reserve of money. P.S. I'm participating in an event, so there's no way to update in the wee hours. Monday is still the normal time, but please recommend it in advance. Baidu search for Cloud Pavilion's novel website, allowing you to experience the latest and fastest novel update. All novels are updated in seconds. Chapter 526. On the ocean, pirates had 3 common hobbies: liquor, women, and gambling. Alger Wilson took out his silver pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He knew where he should go first to gather information. It was 11:15, and the brothels and bars hadn't opened yet. Only the casinos were definitely filled with people who wanted to get rich easily. Alger was more familiar with the port city of Byam than his hometown town. He didn't stop to get his bearings as he smoothly made a few turns and arrived outside a casino that didn't have a signboard hanging in a secluded alley. According to what he knew, the owner of this gold coin casino was a gang leader with a deep background. He had an inexplicable but vague connection with that important figure in the Governor General's office. It was the first choice for many pirates to sell their loot and buy what they needed. It was precisely because of this that pirates often appeared here. They might exchange their loot for thick gold pounds in the morning, only to be chased out at night after losing everything. Alger tugged at his thick brown coat, pressed down on the cap that had been passed down from the mainland, pushed open the half-closed door, and entered the casino under the watchful eyes of the bodyguards. Within the kingdom of Rouen, casinos weren't allowed. They could only be attached to bars in the form of rooms. But in the kingdom's vast overseas colonies, not only were they legal, but they were also a pillar industry. Among them, the Rorsted Archipelago's Byam and East Balam's Alesher were the most famous in this regard. Many tycoons from Bakeland and the mid-seashore coast would specially head there to gamble. Looking around, Alger saw all kinds of card games, as well as the roulette gambling that was derived from dice. As it was still early, there weren't many gamblers. Alger quickly browsed them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he acutely recognized the original identity of a certain disguised guy. He took off his hat and walked to a Texas Hold'em table. He patted his target on the shoulder, bent down, and whispered into his ear, "You're not going to be able to do that." Blazing. Donis, who was using his right hand to open the corner of his hidden card, nearly jumped up in fright when he heard the pat and shout. He immediately threw a ball of flames at the guy behind him. After being attacked by Steel Mavady, he knew that he shouldn't use his true appearance to gather information. He would be targeted by greedy pirates. Although most pirates weren't strong and Donis didn't think much of them, he still didn't want to expose himself and cause a setback in his plan to hunt Steel Mavady. What he didn't expect was that his meticulous disguise would be exposed an hour after he left the house. Danitz tensed up as he quickly turned his head and glanced at the person who had greeted him from the corner of his eye. When he saw the signature dark blue hair that resembled seaweed, Danitz heaved a sigh of relief and turned to see if his poker partners had heard him. The gamblers were all focused on studying their card. They either threw or covered their cards. They didn't notice what was happening here at all. "Why are you here?" Donis asked in a seemingly casual manner. He had met Alger at the previous pirate convention. He knew that Alger had a ghost ship and about 10 sailors. He was quite strong, but he wasn't famous. And according to Vice Admiral Iceberg's judgment, for such a small pirate crew to be able to retain an ancient ghost ship, it meant that they had a powerful faction backing them. They might be from the Church of the Storm, or they might be related to some pirate lord or some secret organization. Usually, they would disguise themselves as ordinary pirates and gather intelligence on targets for true loyalists. It would make it easier for them to eliminate targets. At times, they would replace the faction behind the scenes to do things that were inconvenient for them to do, such as silencing or robbing them of certain special items. There were many similar pirate crews, so no one would specially care about such matters. Alger pulled a chair over and sat down. He tilted his head slightly and whispered, "What's the matter?" He turned his head slightly and whispered, "I heard that your captain obtained Death's Key?" Danitz snorted disdainfully. "I thought you still had your own brain, but I'm disappointed. How can something like that be so easily obtained? If you want it, we'll definitely sell it if you pay the right price. How about it? Do you want to consider this deal?" Alger said casually, "Perhaps it has other secrets. Perhaps it has other secret. Perhaps someone wants to deal with your captain. Who knows? Dogsh *T. Donna's was infuriated by this new round of trump cards as he cursed loudly. Then, he suppressed his voice and said, "That thing doesn't look like a human creation. That thing doesn't look like a human creation. It might belong to a giant or a demon." "Creation? Your captain still insists on teaching you how to read?" Alger asked in amusement. Rumor had it that Vice Admiral Iceberg was a lady with a strict attitude towards knowledge. She couldn't tolerate her subordinates being illiterate. Therefore, on the Golden Dream, there were general knowledge and reading classes every day. She forced the crew to take turns attending them. Donna's revealed an expression as though he didn't want to recall it. "It's much more difficult than fighting humans. It's precisely because of this that we can never recruit enough crew members. Every time we dock at a port to resupply, someone will resign." He didn't continue the topic. Instead, he looked at the dealer and said to himself, "Help me keep an eye on Steele's whereabouts." "Steele Mavady? The second mate of Admiral of Blood?" Alger looked down at Blazing Danet's left arm, which was slightly propped up by a splint, and asked in enlightenment, "What's going on?" He asked in enlightenment, "Attacked by him? For that key?" "His brain has already been eaten by his zombie," Donna's emphasized. "You want revenge on him?" Alger guessed from his tone and request. Donna's smiled without a word, as though he was focused on looking at his new trump card. Alger recalled and said, "The last time your captain appeared was 7 days ago near Sonia Island. The last time your captain appeared was 7 days ago near Sonia Island." This was confirmed by a particular telegram. "The Golden Dream won't arrive in Byam that quickly." "You have a new helper? If you were to rely on yourself, even if Steele was alone, you wouldn't be his match. And as you know, he has always been surrounded." In response to Alger's question, Donna's response was to throw out a chip. "Follow." "Who is it?" Alger first assumed that Donna's attitude was tacit agreement, and he had the mentality that he wouldn't lose anything by asking. Donna stared at the public board and answered simply, "You don't know him." "I don't know him?" "A person who has the strength to deal with Steele Mavady, be it a pirate or an adventurer, should have some fame at sea. Unless he belongs to some secret organization, or it's his first time out at sea." Of course, it's also possible that Donna's doesn't wish to answer, afraid of exposing his secret. That's the most likely possibility. Someone who belongs to some organization and is at sea for the first time has the strength to deal with Steele Mavady. Alger raised his eyelids slightly as he made a bold guess. He tapped on the edge of the table and asked as if he was chatting about the weather, "Did you have fun at Bancy Harbor?" He emphasized the word, "have fun." Donna's turned his head in surprise and blurted out, "How did you know?" He believed that with the style of the Church of the Storm, it was impossible for them to expose a scandal. And the passengers of the White Agate had only arrived last night, and the people who had witnessed the entire process had all signed confidentiality agreements. How could the news spread so quickly? Alger smiled without answering. At this moment, he deeply understood the value of Roselle the Great's words: "Make bold assumptions and verify them carefully." Donna's put away the chips he had won and mumbled, "It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. There are some ancient customs being revived there, which led to the fall of a storm bishop." As expected, Alger chuckled. "I'll help you keep an eye on Steele's whereabouts. But how should I contact you?" 15 Amiris Avenue is an uninhabited house. "Just write the news on a piece of paper and throw it in," Donna's replied hesitantly. Alger nodded, stood up, and patted Blazing Donna's on the shoulder. "Don't forget the payment." He turned around and walked to the door. Watching the captain of the ghost ship leave, Donna's couldn't help but mutter, "This guy isn't bad. However, I have to leave this place." He didn't dare to fully trust Alger, afraid that in a few minutes, he would lead Steele Mavady and his men over. After leaving the Gold Coin Casino, Alger, who was wearing a local baggy pants, slowly walked down the street and entered a department store. He found the corresponding counter and smiled as he took out a handful of brass pennies. "Give me a deck of tarot cards." While waiting, he suddenly thought of a question. What is Mr. Fool's Blessed doing at this moment? Inside Old John's restaurant, Klein watched as the waiter placed a plate of grilled fish in front of him. It was wrapped in something that resembled straw and covered with all sorts of spices that he recognized and didn't recognize. The strong smell drilled into Klein's nose, greatly increasing his saliva production. As expected of the spice archipelago, just as Klein was about to pick up his knife and fork, he saw the waiter place two tree-like objects on the plate. Chopsticks? Klein was a little alarmed. Then, he quickly locked onto the suspect. Roselle Gustave. When eating grilled stickleback fish, you have to use this kind of cutlery. It's said that Roselle the Great was inspired by elven customs, the waiter introduced. Elven customs? As expected of a race that loves cooking and delicacies. Or rather, it's purely an excuse that Roselle came up with. Klein guessed, knowing a certain someone's personality well. He had gone to a few missionary hospitals in Byam in the morning, hoping to provide hospice care to some of the dying and help them fulfill their wishes. He also wanted to engage in in-death acting, but he ultimately failed to find a suitable target. This didn't mean that no one died in the hospital, but that they all had family members who were either by their side or had witnessed the death. If he were to continue acting, there would be no possibility of faking it. It would only have a frightening effect. I'll take a stroll around the bar where adventurers gather. There are many foreigners who have come to the sea in pursuit of wealth. They might die in some dark corner like a stray dog that no one cares about, and their families will never receive any news. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused on the delicacies. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 527. The meat quality of the stickleback fish was definitely inferior to that of a murloc, but the variety of spices was mixed without being messy. The distinct layers of flavor still left Klein quite impressed. He felt like eating more, unable to stop himself. Actually, if there are local beyonders who really want to leave the dangerous circle and live the life of an ordinary person, they can go to Bakeland and open a roasted-style restaurant that specializes in similar grilled fish. With the tolerance of the metropolis, business will definitely not be bad. The only problem is that the prices of many spices are definitely not as cheap as here, and the cost will be very high. The target group has to be well positioned. Klein put down the rather coarse pair of chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin as his thoughts wandered. From his point of view, most of the time, commoners couldn't find a way to become rich because they didn't have enough horizons. However, horizons were restricted by their education and daily experiences. They were bound by their social class, and it was really difficult to break out of it. To break out of this limitation, the most effective method was to do all one could to pursue a better and higher level of education. The second was to dare to take risks and wander around. Of course, this was very risky, and many people had silently perished on this path. For this meal, Klein spent 2 soldi and 5 pence. It wasn't cheap, but he had always been willing to spend money when it came to delicacies. Furthermore, most of his recent expenses had been covered by Donna's. He pulled up his collar, put on his hat, and walked out of Old John's restaurant with his black cane in hand, just in time to see a police officer chasing away the nomads on the street. The natives of the roasted archipelago had darker skin than the people of the southern continent, close to the bronze color of people who often basked in the sun. Their hair was mainly dark black and naturally slightly curled, making them quite different from the colonists of the Rouen kingdom. This place had been completely colonized for less than 50 years. In the beginning, the Rouen kingdom worked with the native princes and chiefs in the name of the Central Sonia Company to extract economic benefit. But later, the management of the Central Sonia Company quickly became corrupted, and they fought for power and profit. They even provoked the enemy for personal benefits and started a war. The most ridiculous thing was that they even reported each other, claiming that their competitors had taken bribes. For this reason, they found the MPs behind them and attacked each other during the House of Representatives, almost going to court. Note 1. The natives would never have imagined that the big shots in Bakeland, who could make the princes, dukes, and chiefs bend over, kiss the top of their shoes, and give them carts after carts of gifts, were insignificant characters who were not even members of Parliament. Although most of them came from noble families, their inheritance rights were very low. After that dispute, the king and the prime minister reached an agreement to redeem the stock, end the Central Sonia Company, and send fleets and soldiers to fully occupy the Rorsted archipelago to implement true colonial rule. Currently, this archipelago was governed by the Governor-General's office, Parliament, and the courts. The upper echelons all belonged to the Ruan people. Some of the middle, members of Parliament, and judges of the magistrates' court were the descendants of the original princes, dukes, and chiefs. The lower echelons were open to the local educated natives, which included the police officers below the rank of superintendent. The person waving the baton and chasing away the homeless was a local police officer. His target also had obvious Rorsted characteristics. When he saw Klein, who was wearing a double-breasted frock coat, half-top hat, and holding a black cane, looking over, the policeman immediately put away his baton, stood up straight, closed his legs, and bowed. "Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Klein felt a little conflicted as he nodded gently. "Are there no carriages here? The Governor-General's office has stipulated that carriages are not allowed on this street. You have to walk to the street in front," the policeman explained with fear and enthusiasm. "Thank you." Klein casually praised him. "You speak Ruan well." The policeman was pleasantly surprised and excited. I think this is a necessary quality for a good policeman." He wanted to say that he thought he was also a Ruan, but he was afraid that the gentleman opposite him would be infuriated. Klein secretly exhaled and slowly walked to the end of the street. Along the way, he saw that the local style of clothing was completely different from that of mainland cities like Bakeland and Tingen. It was even different from ports like Demir and Bansi, which had been colonized for more than 2 centuries. The respectable people from Ruan wore frock coats, top hats, bow ties, and carried canes, making the people around them submissive, not daring to look them straight in the eye or come into contact with them. The other natives or mixed bloods liked thick jacket-style coats paired with baggy trousers and caps from the mainland. They didn't like black, and they advocated brown, coffee, and light gray. To Klein, this was indeed a little strange, but it also gave him the feeling that he had come to a foreign country. Of course, the natives and mixed bloods of higher status also imitated the clothing of the Ruan people, believing that this was a sign of civilization. 2 in the afternoon. Swordfish Bar, a recognized gathering spot for adventurers. There weren't many customers at the moment, so Klein easily passed through the tables and arrived at the bar counter. He discovered that the biggest difference between this place and other places was that there were 3 blackboards supported by wooden frames at the side of the bar counter. On them were white and yellowed notices. The contents were all sorts of strange and bizarre. Some were hiring bodyguards, some were requesting help in finding people, some were investigating the situation on a particular island, some were offering a high bounty for the head of a particular pirate, and some were claiming that they had obtained a treasure map and wanted to form a team. In short, the matters that had been divided between private detectives and security companies in the mainland of the Ruan Kingdom still belonged to the adventurers here. A glass of Zara. Klein knocked on the surface of the bar counter. This was a locally produced malt beer. It was cheap and tasty, and it was very popular among adventurers. Klein had learned from Blazing Donna's. 3 pence. The bartender glanced at the customer casually, and his attitude didn't change just because the other party's face was unfamiliar. After getting the beer, Klein sat on the high chair in front of the bar counter, sipping it and quietly listening to the conversations of the customers around him, looking for a valuable target. After nearly an hour, The number of customers in the bar increased, and Klein finally heard something that might be useful. He perked up and became more focused. There were 4 people sitting at a table less than 3 meters away from him, and they were feeling sorry for a man named Went. I always thought that Went had gone out to sea. I didn't expect him to be at home all this time, very sick. Sigh, if I had knocked on the door 2 days earlier, he wouldn't have died. You don't know how terrible it was in the room. His body had mushrooms growing out of it, one by one, white. **T. Stop talking. Can't you see that I'm eating sausages? Okay. Went's room was full of bugs, moths, flies, butterflies, bees, cockroaches. Holy storm, I can't believe that this is a place where humans live. The police who came later were shocked too. As the conversation reached his ears, Klein frowned slightly. He felt that Went's death wasn't normal. A few days after his death, his body was covered in mushrooms, and there were all kinds of insects flying and crawling in the room. It's related to a Beyonder incident? The police will definitely report this level of abnormality to the mandated punishers. It sounds like it happened 3 or 4 days ago. Whatever needs to be dealt with should have been dealt with. Klein seriously considered going to take a look. At the very least, the man named Went was an adventurer alone in Byam, and he didn't have any companions who wanted to pass the news of his death on his behalf. After listening for a long time, he had a preliminary understanding of where Went was renting. It was an apartment at 47 Blackhorn Street nearby. After drinking the last of his Zara beer, Klein put on his hat, left the bar, and headed straight for the apartment. After entering the door, he half closed his eyes and whispered to himself, "The room where someone died recently." After repeating it 7 times, Klein used his cane to quickly and easily arrive outside the room where Went had previously lived. It hadn't been rented out yet, and the abnormalities inside had been dealt with. There didn't seem to be anything wrong. Klein put away the note he used to open the door, locked the door, and carefully circled it. After confirming the situation, he took out items such as essential oils, herbal powders, and special candles. He quickly set up a mediumship ritual in front of the bed. Although it had already been a few days, and he could only obtain the most superficial, incoherent, and remnant information, Klein believed that it was better than nothing. Without a doubt, he was still praying to himself. Then, he entered the world above the gray fog and responded by giving himself the power of mediumship. The flame of the candle suddenly rose, and as it swayed, it was dyed with a ghostly blue luster. Klein felt everything fall silent, as if he had arrived in a realm that didn't belong to reality. His pupils were occupied by pure black, and even the whites of his eyes had been expelled. There was no need for him to use dream divination technique. Having advanced to Faceless, with the help of the gray fog, he could directly see the lingering thoughts of Went's spirituality that refused to dissipate. There were 3 scenes. One was Went, who was thin and tall, with slightly curly black hair and relatively deep facial features. He came to a discarded corpse and was surprised to see a luster flash on it, condensing into a turquoise gem filled with the aura of life. The second scene was Went lying on a bed with his eyes closed and his mouth slightly moving. All kinds of mushrooms grew on the surface of his skin, surrounded by piles of cockroaches and moths. On his chest was a silver necklace, and the pendant was the turquoise gem from before. The third scene was a pretty, flaxen-haired girl with watery eyes. She was sitting by the sea, surrounded by Went's unwilling voice. "Rainy, I'm going to die. I regret it so much. I regret never telling you that I love you. I want you to marry me." The scene shattered, and the mediumship ended. Klein looked around and found that the house was still dark and gloomy. "This guy is really unlucky." Klein shook his head and sighed. He had a preliminary understanding of the cause of Went's death, picking up random things. Most Beyonders didn't know about the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. They didn't expect that dead Beyonders could produce characteristics and become materials. and this process was relatively slow, making it easy to miss. Therefore, after they killed beyonders, they would often plunder the corpses and throw them away, allowing passers-by like Went or creatures in the undersea wilderness to benefit. Went didn't know that it was a beyonder characteristic and thought that it was a magical gem. Therefore, he made it into a necklace and kept it close to his body. In the end, he was slowly affected by the corruption and died in pain. Note 1. This is the crappy matter of the British East India Company in India. As expected of a bureaucratic empire, it has everything that needs to be there. I laughed to death when I read the information. P.S. Seeking for monthly recommendation votes, please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 528. By the time he left 47, Blackhorn Street, Klein had already figured out Went's basic situation. This was what he had learned from his neighbors after changing his appearance and disguising himself as a police officer. Simeem Island, the farthest island in the Rørsted archipelago. It takes 4 to 5 hours to take a liner from Byam. Furthermore, there are only 2 liners a day, at 9 in the morning and 10 in the morning. I've already missed it today. Went's parents are long dead, and he doesn't have any relatives. The only person involved is a girl he can't forget, Rainey. She's the best person for his first real role. It's suitable for a rookie like me, but it still feels awkward to confess on Went's behalf. If that girl agrees, F***ck, how am I going to clean up this mess? Klein thought with a troubled expression. He tried hard to recall the movies and TV series he had read and watched, hoping to come up with the perfect solution. Soon, he had a general idea and his mood stabilized. His thoughts began to shift to Steel Mavadi's matter. I hope Miss Magicians can get a radio transceiver as soon as possible. Klein sighed silently as he got into a rental carriage. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs opened the letter Zio had brought back. It was from the science fiction writer, Unveil, who was happy to share the development and application prospects of radio technology with Ms. Wall. Furs skipped the beginning and middle as she swept her gaze to the end. He introduced 3 models, with detailed addresses and approximate prices. The most expensive one is only £12. Furs nodded slightly, feeling that this wasn't a very important business deal. She suddenly felt a little inflated. Perhaps it was because she was used to seeing transactions of hundreds or thousands of pounds in the tarot, so she didn't think much of an item worth around £10. Mr. World has the resources and the financial resources. She might need to buy items from him in the future. To sell something I don't need, well, I'll just add the postage fee, the carriage fee, and the cost of the ritual materials to the original price. Furs quickly made up her mind as she subconsciously looked out the window. Bakeland was still gloomy and drizzling, but the fog was not as thick as before. I wonder when Sun's Spirit Eater stomach pouch will arrive. Furs felt that she could not wait to level up. City of Silver, Berg family. Derek had already prepared the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and the few ingredients specified by Mr. the Hanging Man, but he wasn't in a hurry to sacrifice it to Mr. Fool. He planned to wait a little longer until the chief led the exploration team out or presided over certain rituals before making the corresponding attempt. This is the safest and most reliable way. Be careful, be careful. He then flipped open the Giant King's Court Book of Blackrock, a handwritten collection. Recently, he had been reading this ancient book. From it, he managed to catch a glimpse of the Giant King's Court from ancient times. According to the ancient texts, it was the divine royal court. Time seemed to have frozen there. It was always dusk, and all the buildings were extremely grand and magnificent. They even towered into the clouds. When humans walked inside, they felt extremely small and insignificant. They would respect such a scene and the owner of the scene from the bottom of their hearts. Bakeland, Hilston Borough, Waymandy's house. After listening to the explanation, Emlyn White combed his hair and deliberately asked, Lord Baron, I forgot where I heard of it. Lord Baron, I've forgotten where I've heard of it. In the second epoch or the first half of the third epoch, there was a very famous city called the City of Silver. Waymandi was a vampire baron. He was more than 200 years old, but he didn't look old at all. Instead, he looked like a mature man in his early 30s. His black hair was neatly combed back, and he wore a dark red cotton shirt. He held a coffee-colored pipe in his hand, and as he enjoyed the warmth of the fireplace, he said in thought, "No. At least in my memories, there was no City of Silver before the cataclysm." Without waiting for Emlyn to rejoice, he continued as though he was talking to himself. However, there was a nation of silver that was originally ruled by the giant king's court. It later belonged to that person. Nation of silver? Emlyn White thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Lord Baron, do you have any more details?" Waymandi looked up at him and recalled with a smile. The nation of silver had a rather special status in the giant king's court. They didn't directly worship the giant king, Ormer. Instead, they believed in the queen of the giant king's court, Omabella. City of Generosity, Byam, Dock Area, Sour Lemon Street, Wind of Azure Hotel. Klein stood at the corner of the street, took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist, and used divination to confirm that there was no danger ahead. With a sense of confidence, he slowly walked back to the hotel, went up to the third floor, and opened the door to the luxurious suite. He was slightly surprised to see Blazing Donnas already back. He was slumped in a reclining chair, drinking. After considering his tone, Klein calmly asked, "What time is it? Isn't there a wall clock?" Donnas mumbled. "Isn't there a wall clock?" Danitz muttered. He looked at the opposite wall and read out the current time. Before he could finish his sentence, Donnas suddenly jolted awake. Before he could finish his sentence, Donnas suddenly jolted to his senses. He sat up straight and laughed dryly. "I've asked around and I've asked around. There's no need to stay outside any longer. It will increase the risk of exposure and affect your hunting plans." Klein found a chair to sit down on and said expressionlessly, "That's right." He said with a deadpan expression, "Tell me what happened. What problem could there be? Although I'm mainly an adventurer who pursues treasures, I'm also a qualified part-time pirate." Donnas felt that his abilities had been insulted. After being coldly swept by Gairman Sparrow, he forced a smile again. He recounted where he had gone in the morning and afternoon, who he had met, what news he had heard, and roughly what they had talked about. He picked out the key points and briefly reviewed them. Upon hearing Donnas sigh that a ghost ship captain named Alger knew about what happened at Bancy Harbor, Klein suddenly wanted to frown. With Mr. the Hanging Man's relationship with the Church of the Storm, he wasn't aware of what had happened at Bancy Harbor before I controlled the world to mention it. How could this Alger know? Could it be someone with a higher standing in the Church of the Storm, a powerhouse disguised as a pirate, or someone related to the cultists at Bancy Harbor? Mr. the Hanging Man has always been active in these waters. I can't rule out the possibility that it's him. Klein's heart stirred as he recalled the characteristics of the Hanging Man. Above the gray fog, although he couldn't see the members' exact appearances, he could tell at a glance if they were men or women or what their hair color was. Klein raised his hand and pressed down, stopping Danitz from continuing. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." He said in a deep voice, "Messy hair, dark blue? You know him? This fellow isn't simple." Donnas said with a sigh. "Indeed. I never expected to encounter him like this." Klein didn't respond as he leaned forward. "Continue." Donnas didn't think too much about it as he roughly described what had happened and defended himself. "You know, when it comes to gathering information, no one can be sure when they will get something. After looking for all the people they can find, the only thing they can do is to wait patiently. This will definitely take a certain amount of time, and it won't be short." "There's another way." "There's no need to wait," Klein deliberately said calmly. "What way?" Donnas asked in surprise. Klein nudged his gold-rimmed glasses as the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. Use bait. Bait? Donnez looked at him, momentarily puzzled. In the blink of an eye, he came to a realization. He was the only one who could be bait. And when it came to fishing, no one cared if the bait would really be swallowed. All they cared about was whether they could pull the prey up. To put it simply, bait was a high-risk species. Haha, this isn't a good idea. Yes, my intuition tells me that there should be something at the Red Theater. I'll go take a look now. Donnez took his coat and eagerly rushed out the door. Klein originally wanted to follow Blazing from afar to see if he could find any clues, but he suddenly heard layers of illusory pleas. It came from a man. Klein paused in thought, turned, and walked into the bathroom. About 10 seconds later, he appeared above the gray fog and saw the crimson star that corresponded to the hanged man constantly expanding and contracting. As expected, Klein sat down, leaned back in his chair, and emanated his spirituality. The hanging man's voice suddenly became clear. Honorable Mr. Fool, I'm investigating the matter regarding Vice Admiral Iceberg's key and met Blazing Donnez at the Gold Coin Casino. From him, I learned that he was one of the parties involved in the incident at Bancy Harbor. Furthermore, he plans on joining forces with a powerhouse to deal with Steel Mavady. I suspect that Blazing Donnez is working with your blessed, so I'm praying to you. If it's indeed the case, and he wishes to receive a certain level of cooperation, I can provide some help. Mr. the Hanging Man has indeed guessed the identity of German Sparrow. He probably only has some suspicions. By asking about the incident at Bancy Harbor, he successfully obtained confirmation from Donnez. That's good too. With the help of a local tyrant like him, the plan to hunt Steel Mavady will be much smoother. Unless I can directly strike the fool, it's meaningless for the Hanging Man to scam his blessed. And from his performance and attitude, he doesn't have any suspicions about the fool. I didn't leave any loopholes. Klein's thoughts raced as he quickly made a decision. After the divination, he conjured world and made the fake person shrouded in fog. He made a praying posture and replied in a deep voice, Honorable Mr. Fool, I happen to be in need of some cooperation. After completing this scene, he threw the information into the crimson star that symbolized the hanged man, along with the audio tape and images. Chapter 529. 5 in the afternoon, Olive Tree Avenue, Padme's divination hut. Alger Wilson pushed open the brown wooden door with a pane of glass and entered the mysticism-themed coffee shop. He ordered a cup of Fermo coffee from the Paz Valley on the southern continent's Star Highlands. He took out the tarot cards he had bought previously and placed them by the side. The topmost card was the Hanging Man. It depicted an angel hanging upside down with his hands tied behind his back. Unlike in the morning, he had changed his attire. He was wearing a classic dark-colored robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He looked like a wizard or magician who had walked out of folklore. Silently drawing a breath, Alger slowly savored his coffee. He wasn't anxious to see who he was waiting for. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the brown wooden door inlaid with thick glass opened again, and a young man wearing a black coat and a half-top hat walked in. This gentleman didn't look to be in his 30s. His face was thin and angular, and he exuded a mature and gloomy aura. He was none other than Klein, who had slightly adjusted his appearance and changed his persona. He wasn't wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but his vision wasn't affected. He casually swept his gaze and landed on Alger's dark blue sideburns. Klein's gaze moved down and saw the Hanging Man card placed at the top. Without needing a word, he walked over, took off his hat, and sat opposite Alger. He smiled sinisterly. And said, I wish to divine. As he spoke, he had already taken in the appearance of the Tarot Club's doyen. He had deep facial features and a rough outline. He had an obvious weather-beaten complexion. It was obvious that he was good at fighting and was the type that often traveled the world. His skin was bronze, But it was different from the locals. He looked like a pure Ruan who had been exposed to the elements all year round. However, his dark blue hair was rather special. He didn't belong to the Ruan, but was closer to the colonized race of Desi Bay near the Berserk Sea. Mixed blood. Klein made a judgment inwardly. Alger looked at the man opposite him and slowly overlapped his image with the world. Then, he pushed out the tarot cards and said in a deep voice, "This requires you to shuffle and cut the deck yourself." Klein reached out and picked them up. He unfolded them and looked at them. Then, he put them together and shuffled them. He cut the cards in a row, drew out 3 cards, and arranged them in the past, present, and future array. Klein slowly leaned back, but his right hand flipped the tarot card in the middle. There was a naked woman wrapped in a purple scarf, surrounded by a green garland that looked like a door. This was the world card numbered 21. The 22nd returned to 0, symbolizing the Fool. How should I interpret it? Klein asked deliberately. Although the hanging man hadn't explicitly mentioned that world was the Fool's blessed, Klein believed that there was no need for him to take any chances in this regard. Being frank about it was better for him to establish his image. If the other party hadn't guessed it, it would be a sign of sincerity and confidence. If Alger already knew of it, it would make world appear calm, as though everything was under his control. He knows that I know of it? Before I raised the topic above the gray fog, he already believed that I could guess it? Impressive. Alger's heart skipped a beat as he replied unhurriedly, "Inversion means that the matter will fail due to insufficient preparations." Then what kind of preparations do I need to make? Klein nodded thoughtfully and asked. Alger retrieved all the tarot cards except for world and skillfully shuffled and cut the deck. Alger took back all the tarot cards outside of the world and skillfully shuffled and cut the card. Then, he flipped over the topmost card. Alger's voice remained deep. "You need advice, the help of faith and religion to avoid walking down the wrong path." Without waiting for Klein to speak, he flipped over the second card according to the order. On it was the moon that overlooked the land. "You will be confused, you will be sleepy, and you will wander in a dream, but this is only temporary." Following that, Alger took out the third tarot card. It was a sun card. "Everything will pass, and the light will eventually illuminate the land," he said like a charlatan. Following that, Alger took out the third tarot card. It was a sun card. "Everything will pass, and the light will eventually illuminate the land," he said like a charlatan. "Church, dream, sun?" A smile suffused Alger's face as he nodded gently. "That's right." In the tarot divination, he had hidden hints of a follow-up plan. In fact, since he hadn't entered the game and wasn't being paid any attention to, there was no need for him to be so tactful. He could have directly explained the details, but Alger felt that he should test the blessed world to see if he had enough brains and not rely more on brute force. If both parties were on the same level of intelligence, Alger believed that they could cooperate more in the future. There was no need for smart people to talk too much. On the contrary, he would try his best not to involve the world too deeply in his matters. He would only ask for his help when he needed a fighter, unless Mr. Fool had other orders. Now, the world's answer and previous performance made him confirm that he was shrewd, tough, and experienced. I'm a tarot card expert. In this aspect, Mr. the Hanging Man, you are just a beginner." Klein snickered inwardly and belittled him inwardly. The hidden content of the Hanging Man's interpretation was very simple. The Pope card meant that he wanted to inform the Church of the Storm about blazing Donnas and Steel Mavedi. He wanted to use the power of the mandated punishers to divide the enemy and reap the benefit. This was Klein's usual method, so it wasn't difficult for him to understand it. The moon and sun cards that followed were warnings from the Hanging Man. Since the mandated punishers had been introduced, they had to be prepared. And according to Alger's experience, when dealing with such problems, his colleagues in Byam would definitely use a sealed artifact that could force many people within range into a dream. and Steele Mavady's characteristics determined that there would definitely be an item that could counter the sun domain. I can restrain dreams, so I'm not afraid of the sun. Klein reached out and turned the reversed world card in front of him half a circle, turning it into a proper position. It meant that this plan was feasible and that he would be prepared. Alger looked up and took a deep breath. The owner of this place is good at aromatherapy. He can use different essential oils, extract, incense, and flower essences to treat the corresponding emotional problems and calm the uneasy mind. Do you want to give it a try? Use the contact point at Amiris Avenue? Klein replied with a smile. All right. The two of them looked at each other without moving. They didn't mention aromatherapy again. Everything was understood without words. Klein didn't stay any longer. He took out his pocket watch and opened it to take a look before slowly standing up. Alger wiped away his smile, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed slightly. Let us praise the gods. All divination results come from the revelations provided by him. Yo, you even know how to express your loyalty. Klein held back his laughter and imitated the hanging man Alger as he solemnly replied. Let us praise the gods. He took 2 steps out and suddenly stopped. He turned back to look at Alger and chuckled as he put on his hat. Frankly speaking, you aren't suited for such an outfit. Alger couldn't keep up with Mr. World's train of thought. After Klein pulled open the door and walked out of the themed cafe, Alger retracted his gaze and looked at the mirror in the corner. He seriously examined his current attire. He originally didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but after being mentioned by World, he found it more and more incongruous. He finally understood why Klein had said that. A fellow who looked boorish and weathered, as though he could summon 100 sailors to gang up on him at any time or take out an axe to chop down a swath of people, really shouldn't be wearing such a mysterious classical mage robe. It was very out of place. Cathedral of Waves. After changing back into his original clothes, Alger followed the praying believers and kept a low profile as he entered the hall. He used the opportunity of confession to meet the diocesan bishop, Chogo, through the priest in charge. After bowing, he went straight to the point. I met Blazing Donnas. He claimed that Vice Admiral Iceberg's key had nothing to do with Death's treasure and was even willing to sell it. He entrusted me to keep an eye on Steele Mavady's whereabouts. He seems to have been injured by this Admiral of Blood's second mate, and he's in a rush to escape his pursuit. Your Excellency, I wish to leak this news so that Steele Mavady and his subordinates can successfully block Blazing Donnas. We can then take this opportunity to capture or kill all of them on the spot. This can effectively combat the arrogance of the pirate. Chogo showed an expression of admiration. Very good. Your ability to handle matters is much better than I expected. Alger replied with a sincere expression. This is all because of the Lord's guidance and thanks to your teachings. In the evening, I'll find a suitable target to leak the news. If I come to pray again, it means that Steele Mavady isn't taking any action for the time being. If I don't appear again, it means that he or his subordinates have already taken control of me to prevent the news from leaking. This means that they will fall into the trap. After explaining the specific location and other matters, Alger returned to the confession room and left normally. 7:15 p.m. Amiris Leaf Bar. Alger, who was wearing wide-legged pants and had his dark blue hair wrapped in a scarf, held a glass of Lanty-proof and stood next to the boxing ring. He looked at the 2 bruised contestants with a mocking expression. Soon, he noticed that his target had entered and was heading straight for the bar counter. After waiting for a while, Alger sat beside the thin, swarthy man and chuckled. I heard that Steele came to buy him? The man turned his head warily and replied with a fake smile. Why didn't I know? Is that so? Looks like Raging Flames lied to me. Alger slapped the bar and drank a mouthful of wine. Raging Flames? Donnas? The man's eyes lit up as he asked hesitantly. Yes, that's him. Alger gnashed his teeth. I ran into him in the gold coin casino this morning. The goddamn guy claimed that Steele was in Byam. Damn it. How dare he lie to me? The swarthy, thin man's eyes darted around slightly, but he didn't interrupt. After listening quietly, he stood up and chuckled. I forgot that I still have something to do. Let's play cards later. He patted Alger on the shoulder and left the bar in a seemingly calm but hurried manner. Alger held his glass and turned his body to look at his back. His eyes were deep and his lips were unsmiling. Chapter 5:30. Looking up at the wall clock, Alger saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. He put down the thick glass, squeezed through the drunkards, and arrived on the street. As the Rorstad archipelago was rich in coal, Byam was just like mainland cities like Bakeland and Pritz Harbor. The streets were lined with black lampposts as tall as a human, and the light from the burning gas seeped through the metal grids, illuminating the relatively tidy ground. Alger pulled off his headscarf and slowly turned into a side alley. At the sealed end of the alley, he smelled the stench of urine mixed with the smell of alcohol. Although the Amiris Leaf Bar had a bathroom, it was clearly insufficient for the customers at peak hours. Some of the drunkards who couldn't hold it in and couldn't wait had to find a secluded place to relieve themselves. The red moonlight pierced through the clouds and shone into the alley. Just as Alger was considering if he should put on a more convincing act, he heard a firm, plump, and amused voice behind him. Did you deliberately reveal the news of Blazing to us? Not stupid after all, Alger muttered to himself as he slowly turned around, as though he was guarding against a surprise attack. He saw a figure leaning against the wall about 7 or 8 steps away. His posture was terrible. The figure was about 1.78 meters tall and wore a boat-shaped hat. His face was thin and angular, and he looked extremely aggressive. A lock of black hair hung down, half covering his left dark green eye. This softened his cold and stiff appearance. Although the wanted portrait was often quite different from the person in question, and many famous pirates didn't even need to disguise themselves to roam the city, as a member of the church, Alger had seen many portraits that were drawn using rituals that were close to photographs. Furthermore, he had participated in pirate conventions, so he was able to successfully link the person in front of him to a certain name on the wanted poster. He didn't show this. He deliberately hesitated and asked in return, "The calm squall?" This was Steele Mavadi's main helper, a beyonder who was good at controlling his emotions and thinking calmly, but he was also inhumane. His bounty was 1,500 pounds. The man tugged at his black windbreaker and revealed a smile without a hint of a smile as he said, "Can I deny it? Looks like it won't work. It's just like how you can't deny that you intentionally mentioned Inferno in front of Oluma. He's not a person who likes to use his brain, and I'm the opposite. I never thought of hiding it. I just wanted to exchange the information I obtained for some reward. Between the lone Blazing and the numerous helpers of Steele, anyone in their right mind would know which to choose. Of course, I wish for you to keep it a secret. I don't wish to be pursued by Vice Admiral Iceberg," Alger replied frankly. Squall nodded slowly and leisurely. "Tell me the details. Just as I mentioned before, I met and recognized Blazing at the Gold Coin Casino. He entrusted me to help keep an eye on Steele's whereabouts. He seems to want to counterattack." Alger sneered. "We agreed on a point of contact. I think this information is worth at least 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds? Look up at the bloody moon. You're not dreaming." Squall snorted. "This might be a trap. Don't you understand? Blazing might have found a helper, which is why he dares to search for us. It's not up to me to judge if it's a trap or not. 500 pounds. Anything less than that, I'd rather pretend that nothing happened." Alger argued for the sake of the reward. 300 pounds. Come with me to a place and stay for a period of time. This will prevent you from selling this information to others and disrupting our plans. Once we have captured Blazing with this information or connected to his spirit, we'll pay you. Don't worry, food, wine, and bed are all free. No matter what, you've made a profit. If anything happens to you, you should know the consequences, Squall suggested in a tone that left no room for refusal. Indeed, it's just as I expected. With my background unknown and the fact that I'm not in too much danger, the possibility of them choosing to temporarily detain me is far higher than silencing me. However, I've also prepared for the worst and made the corresponding preparations. As long as I'm not careless, escaping isn't a problem. Alger pretended to be troubled as he thought. It can't be more than 2 days, or my crew will leave with my ship. I'll inform them if it's more than 2 days. At some point in time, a sharp scalpel had appeared in Squall's hand. He was making it jump and spin like he was performing acrobatics. After Alger described 15, Amiris Avenue as a point of contact and the corresponding means of contact, Squall didn't speak further. He turned around and led the way, leading Alger through a series of twists and turns. They arrived at an unknown street and entered an unremarkable house. Long time no see, blue-haired ghost ship captain. The person who opened the door was an elder with more white hair than black. He was dressed like a local and wore loose baggy pants. Old Quinn, you're really Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer? Alger feigned surprise as he asked. Old Quinn snickered. There are always truths and falsehoods in rumors. What you think is false might be true. He didn't turn on the gas wall lamp. He held a silver candlestick in his hand as he led Alger and Squall through the dark hall and into a spacious, windowless basement. Stay here for a while. My friends and I will be in charge of watching over you and providing you with food and alcohol, Old Quinn said with a smile. Old Quinn smiled and said, In order to show our sincerity, we will not disarm you. All right. Alger took the initiative to walk to the low-legged bed in the basement. Old Quinn then closed the heavy stone door and locked the basement. Squall didn't stay there for long. He hurriedly left and repeatedly confirmed that he wasn't being followed. After changing to a rental carriage, he arrived at the Rouen district in Byam, which was also where the upper class lived. After entering the garden bungalow, Squall saw Mavady sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for him. His other accomplices were either lying down, standing, or sitting, forming a semicircle. The puppets and zombies were acting as sentries around them. Steel had thick lips and dark skin. His hair was curled up like steel balls commonly seen in factories. Is the information reliable? The muscles on his arms trembled with great strength, but his entire body gave off the illusion that he was cold and sinister. Squall nodded and said, A pirate captain who serves money. I've already detained him at Old Quinn's place. If there's really a problem, he definitely won't be able to leave alive. I believe he understands this very well. At this point, Squall revealed a cold smile. However, we still have to be wary of any accident. This might be a trap set up by Blazing. What solutions do you have? Mavady asked directly. His gaze first landed on a pirate lying on a sofa. He was wearing a coffee-colored local short robe, and his fingers were twirling a yellow-brown straw hat with a dent in the middle. This was Mavady's deputy in this operation. He had lost his ship's 6th captain in a battle with Vice Admiral Twilight, Blood Brambles Hendry. His bounty was 3,800 pounds. Clearly, Squall already has a solution. Hendry used the straw hat to cover his slightly pale face. Squall chuckled. Didn't that adventurer, John Smith, send Modo to hide his identity and join us? We'll accidentally leak this news to him and make him think that we're still waiting for reinforcements, and that we can only take action the day after tomorrow or the day after that. That bunch of greedy adventurers definitely won't let Blazing off. They'll definitely strike first. When the time comes, we'll find a place to watch. If there's really an accident, we'll let them bear the brunt of it. If everything goes smoothly, we'll eat them up as well. All right. Mavady's eyes moved slightly, emitting a strong bloodlust. In the wee hours of the morning, everything was ready. Blood Brambles Hendry carried a leather suitcase and took out a peacock blue carpet from it. He slowly laid it out in front of him. There were many mysterious and strange patterns on it, giving it a flavor that didn't belong to humans. Mavady, Squall, the other two Beyonders, and 7 or 8 zombies and puppets stood on it. Hendry was the last to enter. He half closed his eyes and silently chanted an elvish word. Fly! The peacock blue carpet suddenly tightened and floated up, carrying everyone off the ground and into the air as they flew towards Amiris Avenue. During this process, Hendry took out a black handkerchief and flicked his wrist. It transformed into a curtain of night, magically concealing the more obvious traces under the moonlight. In just 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived near 20 Amiris Avenue. Diagonally across from them was the target house. They didn't proceed any further. They let the flying carpet silently hover in front of the crown of a thick tree while they looked down at the target's condition. Time ticked by as Hendry steadily controlled the mystical item. There were no signs of a lack of spirituality. The long night slowly passed as the horizon suffused a faint red. The sun was about to rise. Steel Mavady and the pirates began to search for another spot suitable for daytime surveillance. At that moment, a figure with his back bent nimbly traversed the rooftops and arrived above 15 Amiris Avenue. He wore a black cloak. His eyebrows were yellow and his eyes were dark blue. His facial features and contours were relatively soft. It was none other than Blazing Donnas. Donnas cautiously looked around for a moment before climbing up a chimney. With a push of his hand, he crawled in and slid down. He's really here? Steel Mavady, Blood Brambles Hendry, Squall, and the others felt their spirits jolt. At that moment, a few figures leaped out from the chimneys and periphery of houses 13, 14, and 17. In a swift and violent manner, they entered house 15 from different positions, either by smashing windows, kicking open doors, or using the chimney. Chapter 531. The Rorstad Archipelago was the kingdom of Rouen ruling point in the central Sonia Sea. It was also a key parish of the Church of the Storm, and a high-ranking deacon who could participate in the Council of Cardinals was stationed there for a long time. Of course, even a pirate at the level of a general might not be able to alarm such an important figure, much less the so-called second mate and boatswain. Deacon Cordobaroy happily accepted the order and led 2 mandated Punisher teams. He activated sealed artifacts 2-37 and 2-166 and set up an ambush far away from 15 Amiris Avenue to ensure that nothing went wrong. From Cordobaroy's point of view, a mandated Punisher team with 2 sealed artifacts was enough to deal with Steele's group and Blazing Donnas. However, the latter's behavior of paying attention to the whereabouts of the pursuers worried him. He instinctively felt that there was a problem, so he called for another mandated Punisher team. Actually, 2-37 is enough. While waiting, Cordobaroy suddenly sighed. From his point of view, this sealed artifact would be a nightmare for Steele, Blazing, and the others. He closed his eyes, and the corresponding information naturally surfaced in his mind. Number 37. Name Eternal Dream. Danger Grade 2, Dangerous. Use it with caution and moderation. Only operations involving more than 3 people or deacons or diocesan bishops can apply. Security clearance. Bishop, team captain, and above. Sealing method. Place it in boiling water. Description. Shaped like a heart. It's black in color, cold to the touch, and filled with holes. It often emits a sound like a bagpipe. This item comes from a primitive tribe in West Balam in the southern continent. They have a spirit warlock as their leader, and they live a life of resting during the day and taking action at night. A Rouen army conquered this tribe and obtained the item that was consecrated on the altar. And in the week that followed, there were incidents of soldiers going crazy, committing suicide, and other incidents. Research shows that as long as one comes into contact with this item, they will enter a long dream. If they aren't awakened, they will forever stay in that illusory world. They will show anxiety, fear, confusion, and other emotions. Their psychological and physiological states will gradually change. The awakened researchers still can't tell the difference between reality and dreams. This leads to a series of tragic events, including but not limited to confessing their love to their superiors, kissing the mouth of a venomous snake, suffering from depression, taking off their clothes, running naked, and attempting to bathe in boiling water. If they aren't transferred to another city, the only outcome would be madness or suicide. This item can be used to make all living creatures within the target's range enter the same dream. Let them choose a target within a certain range and exclude their companions. The maximum range is a 50-meter radius, and it will place a huge burden on the user, leaving them with intense mental damage. Afterward, the user will enter a state where they can't tell the difference between reality and world, and they will. Zeta. Many examples, see Appendix, show that even without contact, this object can widely affect the people around it, unless it is placed in boiling hot water. Appendix 1. Similar to the effects of nightmare from the Evernight pathway, but more prominent and uncontrollable. 2. Example 1. A watchman forgot to add charcoal, causing the flames to extinguish and the temperature of the boiling water to drop. He soon showed abnormal behavior, as if he was dreaming of his beloved girl. He made a passionate confession to his glove and attempted to have a relationship that exceeded friendship. Example 2. As his thoughts raced, Cordoba suddenly saw blazing Donnas. The Golden Dream's fourth bosun had indeed come to this point of contact to collect information. He gestured for the mandated Punisher team member beside him to open the golden box that was engraved with many symbols and magic labels. He then took out sealed artifact 2-37, which was soaked in boiling water. This golden box was another sealed artifact, 2-166. It could allow the items inside to maintain their original temperature and change the weather to a certain extent, allowing for the next holy water of the sun rain. Of course, it also had a lot of negative effects. Otherwise, the mandated Punishers would have long used it to seal 2-37 instead of resorting to a last-minute trick. Among them, the most unacceptable thing was that no matter what item it was, as long as it was in contact with it for a long enough period of time, it would be tainted with the characteristics of being alive. Furthermore, it would devoutly believe in the eternal blazing Sunday. Within the mandated Punishers, there was already a table that sang praises of the eternal blazing sun every day. Every second, it wanted to ignite a candle that could purify everything. The irascible mandated Punishers had turned the table into a pile of firewood, and it had been lit by the candle at the back. Seeing figures appear and rush into 15, Amiris Avenue, Cordoba didn't hesitate to press down with his right hand, allowing the team member beside him to activate sealed artifact 2-37. Illusory fish scales immediately appeared on the surface of the team member's palm, and he directly grabbed the black, heart-like sealed artifact from the boiling water. The melodious sound of a bagpipe sounded, and the dense night shrouded the house at 15 Amiris Avenue. The scene in front of the adventurer, John Smith, and the others didn't change. It was still an empty living room without any furniture and a black-cloaked blazing Donnas. They didn't feel like they were in a dream at all. They ran over with all their might, fired their guns, and used their abilities to successfully injure Blazing and capture the famous pirate who had a bounty of 3,000 pounds and was involved in the Key of Death. However, in the real world, they were doing high kicks on the spot, stretching their arms like they were swimming, or using their fingers as guns. Their mouths emitted banging sounds. "Move out!" Cordoba was the first to leave his hiding spot and rush towards the house at 15 Amiris Avenue. The rest of the mandated Punishers split into two groups and surrounded the house from different positions. Before Cordoba arrived, the living room was already brightly lit, as if a sun was slowly rising. Holy and pure water droplets sprinkled down like rain. It was sealed artifact 2-166 at work. A distance away, the flying carpet floated silently, obscured by the darkness. When Steel Mavedi and the others saw the mandated punishers appear, they knew that it was indeed Blazing Donna's trap. That son of AB*TCH actually sided with the Church of the Storm. Mavedi growled with a maniacal look in his eyes. Blood Brambles Hendry glanced at the calm Squall and praised from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, we weren't careless. Actually, I didn't expect that dumb donkey Blazing Donnas to cooperate with the Church of the Storm, Squall said calmly. Perhaps the injured him had long been captured by the mandated punishers, and he had no choice but to cooperate. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw something protrude from the shadows outside the house at 15 Amiris Avenue. It stuck close to the ground and quickly swam into the distance. Blazing! Steel Mavedi recalled the scene of the ambush's failure. Donnas! Hendry also recognized the person who had attempted to escape with his miraculous powers. Squall was taken aback at first, but he immediately understood. Either Blazing Donnas wants to take this opportunity to escape the mandated Punisher's control, or he has another trap to deal with us, but for some reason, he attracted the mandated Punishers and had no choice but to give up decisively and flee in a panic. Regardless, this is an opportunity. Blood Brambles Hendry looked at the mandated Punishers who had just rushed into the house and said, "As long as we make use of that short few dozen seconds, we can kill or abduct Blazing right in front of the mandated Punishers." Mavedi was instantly excited, his eyes turning abnormally crazy. After Squall nodded, he said to the other two Beyonders, "Take my zombies and puppets and guard this position. Take my zombies and puppets and guard this position. Once the mandated Punishers chase over, let them create chaos and take the opportunity to escape." "Yes, boss." The two Beyonder pirates, along with the zombies and puppets, jumped off the flying carpet at the same time. The peacock blue carpet made a turn and caught up to Blazing Donnas. "You will assist us, mainly guarding against the surroundings. I'm worried that Donnas has other helpers," Squall said to Blood Brambles Hendry as he seized the opportunity. A smile appeared on Hendry's slightly pale face. "All right." Squall didn't say anything else and nodded at Mavedi. With the advantage of being higher up, Mavedi was able to distinguish the extra shadows that had almost no abnormalities and determine the direction in which the target was moving. He suddenly jumped off the flying carpet and landed heavily on the ground like a boulder. White frost condensed under his feet as a cold and transparent layer of ice quickly spread to the side. The black shadow was immediately frozen in the corner of the wall. With a crack, Blazing Donnas struggled with all his might and grew out of the shadows. On the flying carpet, Hendry cooperatively threw down the things he had long held in his hand. They were green leaves, flowers, and thorns. The leaves, petals, and thorns either crazily enlarged or connected together, wrapping around Blazing Donnas, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Squall took the opportunity to jump off the flying carpet, and with the momentum of his descent, he stabbed the sharp scalpel in his right hand into Donna's neck. He held the hilt of the knife with his right hand, circled around, and arrived behind his target. Donna's head fell off as his body rapidly shrank, turning into a thin, tattered paper figurine. At the same time, Steel Mavedi felt an indescribable hunger. He felt that it was like a terrifying monster hiding in the darkness, silently watching him. "No, it's not Blazing." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a blazing white fireball that had been compressed to the extreme flew over from a particular roof and smashed into his body. Steel Mavedi only did one thing in response to this: raise his arm and block it in front of him. Boom! Flames exploded as a shockwave spread out, blocking Squall and Hendry's line of sight. However, they weren't flustered at all. They had strong confidence in Steel. Indeed, only Mavedi's clothes were tattered, and his skin had some white marks. He wasn't injured at all. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a figure filled with madness walk out of the churning flames. He was clearly wearing Blazing Donna's black cloak, but he had neatly combed black hair, emotionless dark brown eyes, and a thin and cold face. The Donnas from before had always been faceless. Klein, the German sparrow who was preparing to hunt. Genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version, Chapter 532. Just as he leaped out of the flames, Klein, who was wearing a golden glove on his left hand, had 2 points of light in his eyes grow larger and brighter, as though lightning had suddenly streaked across the sky. After using paper figurine substitutes to attract the attention of Steele Mavady and company, he had already activated creeping hunger and switched to the soul of the interrogator, preparing to use the beyonder power of psychic piercing. Ah! Steele Mavady suddenly let out a tragic cry. It was as though someone had stabbed a knife into his head, stirring his grayish-white brain. The pain burst out from the depths of his soul, instantly filling all his thoughts. At the same time, his beyonder powers erupted in response, turning into a hurricane that swept in all directions. Beautiful and dreamy snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and a transparent layer of ice constantly spread out from the ground. The trees on both sides of the road were covered in white spikes before they rapidly withered, revealing obvious signs of decay. The lingering, vengeful remnant spirits were awakened one after another. They whimpered, sobbed, and screamed, dyeing the surroundings with a grayish-white and oppressive color. Klein naturally descended from midair, his left glove emitting a brilliant light that resembled the sun's rays. He spread his arms and leaned back as though he was hugging something. Just as his feet touched the cold ground, a pure, blazing, and thick pillar of light descended from above. This holy light enveloped Steele Mavady, illuminating his dark skin, his firm muscles, and his curly hair that resembled steel balls. Priest of light, holy light! Silently, Mavady's expression became more and more contorted as the surface of his skin showed clear signs of melting. At that moment, he was like a candle that had been thrown into a burning fireplace. Compared to the corrupted Bishop Millet, who had lost control, he, as a zombie, was even more restrained when facing such attacks. The damage he suffered was even more severe. The falling snowflakes stopped as the layer of ice on the ground rapidly melted. The trees that had white spikes on them revealed their brown color. This magnificent pillar of light had undoubtedly attracted the attention of Blood Brambles Hendry and Squall. The former's expression changed abruptly as he reached into his hidden pocket, about to take out the casting materials and save Steele Mavady with the advantage of being higher up. At this moment, a crow made of pure flames suddenly jumped out of his eyes. 1, 2, 3. Countless fire crows filled Hendry's field of vision like scarlet stars. They flew over from all directions, fluttering their wings in a dense mass. The scorching temperature was extremely high. Hendry's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes almost froze. He immediately changed the direction of his palm and grabbed another material. Schwa! He sprinkled a cluster of fine, light blue powder above him as he chanted in ancient Hermes, "I'm going to kill you." Ocean waves. The powder instantly expanded and turned into deep blue waves that swept out in all directions. They collided with the fire crows and produced sizzling sounds, creating a large amount of white fog. The fiery waves from the previous explosion had subsided a little. Through the remnant scarlet, Squall saw Steele Mavady, whose skin was melting like wax as his flesh and blood disintegrated inch by inch. He also saw the unfamiliar man in a black cloak who was facing him from the side. He didn't panic. Like a cold-blooded venomous snake that had lost its emotions, he calmly raised his arms and suddenly pressed down with his palms. In an instant, he saw the thin and cold-looking young man's body turn heavy and slow, as though his wings for flight had been snapped. As for Steele Mavady, he began to struggle and roll to the side in a bid to avoid the second round of light of holiness. Right on the heels of that, Squall realized that the man had lost his weight and thickness, once again turning into a thin paper figurine. He was pressed to the ground by an invisible force and immersed in the mud after the snow melted. Klein protruded from another spot as he rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together. As he charged forward, he snapped his fingers 3 times. Pa, pa, pa. The dark golden brooch in the shape of a sun-bird flashed continuously, augmenting the air bullets with purifying powers. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 bullets were closely connected and extremely fast. One after another, they hit Steel Mavedi, who was still rather slow. They hit his right chest, penetrating his half-melted skin and flesh, creating an exaggerated and hideous wound as golden flames spread in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. Squall threw scalpels one after another, but they were all dodged by Klein's dexterous acrobatic maneuvers. At this moment, Steel Mavedi had already recovered. With a push of his palm, he stood up again and charged at his enemy. He wanted to display his best melee combat abilities and his body's uniqueness, which made him unafraid of being hit. A layer of ice formed beneath his feet again, and his fists were already suffused with the smell of decay. Then, he saw 2 bolts of lightning shoot out from Klein's dark brown eyes like bullets, shining into his pupils. Steel Mavedi subconsciously raised his head and clenched his teeth. Blood seeped out of his nostrils, mouth, and ears, mixed with the melted skin from before. At the same time that Klein shot out the air bullets, he had already grazed his soul. It was still the interrogator, and it was still psychic piercing. Against a Beyonder with a body as hard as steel like a zombie, damage at the spirit-body level was more effective. The continuous blows made Steel Mavedi's body temporarily stiffen, and at the same time, he lost the shackles of reason. Black, hard hair grew on his face, and his teeth and nails constantly grew longer. His skin squirmed in an attempt to reform, fading from black to pale white. He was like a real, crazy zombie that thirsted for blood. Taking this opportunity, Klein had already closed in. He crouched down and brushed past Steel Mavedi's right shoulder. In passing, he stuffed an item in his palm into the hideous wound he had created and into his opponent's body. It was a glass bottle with a few ordinary brass bullets tied to it. Inside it was a large amount of sun-holy water that Klein had prepared ahead of time. Without stopping, Klein caused Squall's attempt to control him to fail once again. With a spin of his heel, he spun behind Steel Mavedi, their backs facing each other. Pa! He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers before Steel Mavedi could take out the glass bottle. Bang! A light explosion sounded as scarlet flames leaped, shattering the already fragile glass bottle. Large amounts of holy sun water immediately poured into Steel Mavedi's body. This famous pirate with a bounty of 6,000 pounds froze on the spot as he let out a painful groan. He plopped to the ground as black-green gas constantly spread out from his body before disappearing into the air. Upon seeing this scene, Squall's eyes darkened. He immediately took out a black iron-colored charm and chanted a word in ancient Hermes. Screech! The talisman suddenly shattered and disappeared. The sacrifice was complete. An invisible sound wave spread out like a tsunami, drilling into the ears of everyone in the surroundings almost at the same time. Klein's mind buzzed as his nose felt a cold wind. Blood seeped out. On the flying carpet, Blood Brambles Hendry was in an even more tragic state. His face contorted as his body convulsed and collapsed. He couldn't even let out a scream. On the other hand, Blazing Donas, who was on a distant roof, wasn't affected. He happily threw out a white fireball that had been repeatedly compressed. The fireball landed on the defenseless Hendry and exploded with a boom. Flesh and blood splattered outwards as his fingers, calves, and head were wrapped in flames as they fell to the ground. As a result, the flying carpet lost control and slowly sank. Squall took the opportunity to turn around and run without any hesitation. However, he was shocked to discover that the terrifying man who had nearly finished off Steel Mavedi in 10 seconds didn't hesitate at all. He had turned around and chased after him. How can this be? This is the Screech charm created by the Admiral. Squall didn't have the time to consider the reason as he ran with all his might towards another street. At that moment, his head was suddenly struck heavily by a person. The tearing pain made him spasm all over. The lightning in Klein's eyes receded as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers again. Bang! An air bullet traversed a distance of about 10 meters and accurately drilled into the back of Squall's head. Squall didn't have the inhuman endurance of steel. His vision immediately turned black as he slowly collapsed. Klein took a few steps forward and reached out his left palm, allowing the joyful creeping hunger to enjoy its feast. I've heard the true Creator's voice, and I've withstood Mr. Door's cries for help. In this aspect, my resistance to such things is very strong. Even a wraith scream can be quickly recovered, much less a charm. Klein silently muttered to himself as he watched Squall's body turn into flesh and blood before being thrown into Creeping Hunger's gaping mouth. A few seconds later, Creeping Hunger stopped in satisfaction. Klein quickly returned to Steel Mavadi's side. This zombie had been purified. Although his head wasn't smashed, he had lost his life. Klein took a few steps forward and picked up the peacock blue carpet that had fallen to the ground. He wrapped it around Steel Mavadi's body and lifted him up. Looking back at the chaotic 15 Amiris Avenue, listening to the zombies and puppets losing control, and sensing that the mandated punishers were approaching, Klein tugged at his cloak's hood and bowed slightly in that direction. But, with a rub of his fingers, Klein ignited the surrounding paper fragments, producing a scarlet column of flames. Under the illumination of the flames, his body turned incorporeal, turning into a shadow along with the items as he vanished from the spot. As for the beyonder characteristics of Squall and Hendry that were slowly seeping out and condensing, he didn't look at them, nor did he care about them. Greed would cause people to fall into unnecessary danger. His current harvest was already sufficient. After leaving behind a number of mandated punishers to deal with the zombies and puppets that had gone out of control, the pirates that had been injured by their companions, and the beyonder adventurers that had been captured, Cordoba led the rest and rushed over. However, all he could see were corpses scattered all over the ground, scattered scalpels, and withered trees. He could distinguish the slowly receding aura of the sun and the evil that came from deep within the flesh and blood. Chapter 533. It was early in the morning, and the sky was slightly bright. The alley was mostly quiet and motionless. With the help of Donna's cloak, Klein fused into the shadows and quickly traversed through them. He found his surroundings grayish-black and transparent. Reality was blurry, and all the sounds seemed to come from the depths of the cosmos, empty and distant. After distancing himself from Amiris Avenue as much as possible, he identified his location and grew, out of the shadows, appearing in an empty alley filled with broken bricks and gravel. With a shake of his hands, Klein threw Steel Mavadi, who was wrapped in the peacock blue flying carpet, in front of him, hoping to complete the grazing before his spirit body began to dissipate. He threw away the flying carpet and took a step forward. He extended his left palm, spread his fingers slightly, and looked down at the corpse that still had some warmth left in it. Creeping Hunger revealed its original appearance. It was thin as though it was made of human skin. 2 eyes cracked open on its palm. Its pupils were bright red, as though they were dyed with blood. Whoosh! A bone-chilling breeze suddenly blew in the alley. It swirled around Steel Mavadi's corpse, twisting into a nearly transparent human figure. One could vaguely see thick lips and curly hair that resembled steel balls. Mavadi's spirit body wore an abnormally pained expression as it tried its best to resist the attraction of Creeping Hunger. As for the grayish-white and black-green light, it was like a surging galaxy as it rapidly flew out of its body of flesh and blood, fusing into the transparent figure. No! Mavadi let out a silent scream. It was too late for him to beg for mercy. All he could do was crawl into the human-skinned glove in despair, and he was fixed to the empty finger. He also released his beyonder characteristic, causing it to have a certain connection with the environment. This connection determined what powers Steel Mavati could use when grazing his soul. Perhaps 1, 2, but no more than 3. Before the exact content was fixed, it wasn't under Klein's control. It was purely random. Creeping hunger quickly covered the paleness, and finally, it returned to its previous disguise, an ordinary black glove. Klein closed his eyes and sensed it for a few seconds. He let out a sigh of relief and relief. This time, his luck wasn't too bad, but it wasn't too good either. He had successfully obtained 3 Beyonder powers of Steel Mavati, but none of them were what he wanted the most. A body of steel that didn't fear gunshots, fire, or bombs. The first is the power of a zombie, which allows me to make violent attacks, making up for the shortcomings of my previous agility-based combat style. The second is my mastery of ice. Although I can't condense an ice spear like the Demonis pathway, creating a blizzard, or make the most direct attack, I can freeze the surrounding ground and lower the temperature of the air, effectively affecting the opponent's movements. If there's physical contact, I can even freeze the enemy and stiffen his flesh and blood, perfectly matching my combat abilities. The third is zombie controlling. Heh, I won't have to worry about not having enough people in the future to form a card game. After some thought, Klein bent down to check Steel Mavati's belongings. He quickly found 26 pounds, 11 soldi, and 8 pence in cash, as well as a bunch of seemingly normal but strange items, such as candles, clamps, a spiked whip, etc. Considering that Steel Mavati was likely a member of the Rose School, and that he belonged to the line of indulging his desires, Klein vaguely understood something. He spat and put away the cash. A werewolf has super self-healing abilities, and a zombie has a body of steel. There's really no need to bring any healing medicine or items. It's just as Donna's judgment. Mavati doesn't have any mystical items. That's right. There are very few mystical items, and many of them have obvious flaws and negative effect. Not everyone wants them or can have them. Previously, the combination of wraith, zombie, and werewolf only had 2 mystical items: Scarlet Lunar Corona and Biological Poison Bottle. Klein nodded and took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. He unfolded the yellowed piece of paper and placed it on Steel Mavati's body, covering his face. It was a bounty notice with Mavati's portrait and the corresponding bounty amount printed on it. 6,000 pounds. Klein straightened his body, took a step back, stepped on the peacock blue flying carpet, and pulled out a paper figurine. But, with a flick of his forearm and a flick of his wrist, he threw the paper figurine out. It turned into sparks that scattered everywhere. Right on the heels of that, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from the alley with the item. After 2 to 3 minutes, Cordobaroy rushed over with a number of mandated punishers, just in time to see a cold breeze blow away the bounty notice, revealing Steel Mavati's disintegrated flesh and eyes wide open. Whoosh! The bounty notice fell to the side, still facing up. Having lost track of their target, Cordoba and company brought Steele's corpse back to the area where the battle had taken place in silence. Looking at the team members who were inspecting the scene, the deacon, Cordoba restrained his emotions and asked in a deep voice, "A believer of the sun?" This was the most important question for him and the diocese. The mandated Punisher team member who was in charge of searching for clues and using supernatural means to restore the truth wasn't a Beyonder of the Storm pathway, but a Reader's Corresponding Sequence 7 knowledge keeper, also known as a detective. He wasn't in a hurry to answer as he walked over and crouched down to examine Mavati's corpse. After a while he looked up and said, "He's not a believer of the sun. He likely borrowed the power of a mystical item." "Reason?" Cordoba asked with a frown. The mandated Punisher team member said, "There's a sense of evil that comes from the depths of flesh and blood. One of the corpses was devoured in such a manner, leaving behind only its uniqueness and items. If it were a believer of the sun, even if they relied on items, they wouldn't do such a thing. To them, anything in the true Creator's domain is filthy. It has to be immediately purified or sealed. It shouldn't be used, nor should it be. Cordoba thought for a few seconds and agreed with this judgment. He then asked, "Someone from the Aurora Order?" No, a real rose bishop or shepherd wouldn't be so crude. They would definitely wrap the corpse within their bodies and deal with it after they leave. There's no reason for them to dismember it on the spot. It would be a waste of time and leave behind a pile of items that are still of value. To be in such a rush to devour is like a negative effect of a mystical item, the knowledge keeper said calmly. A mystical item that possesses the domains of both the sun and secrets suppliant? Or something similar to the powers of a shepherd? Berg, which is your judgment? As a deacon, Cordoba had the authority to understand the shepherds and their special powers. As for the knowledge keeper, it was based on his position in the team. The other mandated punishers didn't understand what they were talking about. Knowledge keeper Berg stood up. "It's possible. Any suspects?" Cordoba asked in a deep voice. Berg shook his head. "There's no target for now. But there's one thing that can be confirmed. The Blood Brambles was killed by Blazing Donnas. The other person is his helper, a rather terrifying powerhouse. He's in no way weaker than the pirate admirals." "A terrifying powerhouse!" Cordoba muttered with a heavy expression before his eyes lit up. Could it be Edwina? She can simulate some of the Beyonder powers she has seen. Knowledge Keeper Berg pondered for a moment and said, "We can't rule out that possibility. However, according to the intelligence, she was near Sonia Island a few days ago. Unless she can simulate the corresponding powers and use the spirit world to travel over." Cordoba paced back and forth a few times, then looked around. "Deal with the scene. Don't alarm the nearby residents. I'll submit the mission report. I hope to receive more and more effective intelligence." This involved a powerhouse whose combat strength was at least equivalent to a Sequence 5. All he could do was restrain his irascible emotions and make the most rational decision. In Old Quinn's house, in the basement sealed by a heavy stone door, sitting on a short bed, Alger, who was quietly looking at the candlelight on the table, suddenly saw his vision blur. He saw Grey Fog, as well as the Fool, who was sitting on a high-backed chair deep in the fog, looking down at everything. A blurry figure stood beneath him with his hands clasped together in front of his face. He said in a sincere tone, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the matter has been successfully concluded." "The matter has been successfully concluded?" "That's Steel Mavady and a few other Beyonders. The world sure does things efficiently. He's stronger than I imagined. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed. Heh, he can peddle Beyonder characteristics on the tarot again. Perhaps there's more than one. How did he bypass the influence of sealed artifact 2-37? The uniqueness of a blessed? A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he instinctively thanked Mr. Fool. Following that, he took out a small metal bottle and smeared the mint-flavored extract into his nose. A strong pungent smell drilled into his head, and Alger instantly became abnormally clear-headed. At some point in time, he had a white gauze mask in his hand and had poured moon essence oil onto it. After methodically putting on the mask, Alger stood up and slowly walked to the heavy stone door. He calmly took out a sealed metal can from the inside of his clothes, twisted the mechanical switch, and pulled out a tube. Then, he stuffed the tube into the gap of the stone door and extended it out. Without a sound, the gas in the metal can quickly spread out. This was the sanguine anesthetic gas provided by the Moon Emlyn. It could knock out strong ordinary people, Sequence 9 Beyonders who were known for their bodies, and targets of higher sequences whose physiques weren't good enough. Even if Old Quinn could hold on, he would still be clearly affected. As for his helpers and friends, Alger leaned against the stone door and waited patiently. When nearly a third of the gas in the can was released, he retracted the tube and closed the switch. He turned around, listened to the commotion outside, and received a satisfactory answer. Alger revealed a smile as he quickly converged his aura and suppressed it. Suddenly, all his muscles swelled up as he threw a punch forward. Furious strike! Bang! The heavy stone door's lock shattered, and the door itself opened. Alger retracted his fist and walked out. There were sleepers outside. P.S. Creeping hunger has two modes, grazing and devouring. The former targets spirits and beyonder characteristics, while the latter targets spirits and flesh and blood. Chapter 534. 48 Sour Lemon Street, outside the Wind of Azure Inn. Blazing Donnaz, who was wearing a thick jacket and wide-legged pants, took a detour back and stuck to the corner of the wall. He didn't move for a long time, hesitating if he should take the opportunity to escape so that he wouldn't have to face the terrifying lunatic, German Sparrow. Unlike the battle at Bancy Harbor, he was hiding on a rooftop far away, allowing him to see the entire battle zone. Therefore, while assisting German Sparrow and fighting Blood Brambles Hendry, he finally saw the crazy adventurer's battle process and grasped the beyonder powers and uniqueness that he displayed. Paper figurine substitutes, Flaming Flash, Psyche Blast, the holy light of the sun domain, the rubbing of his fingers to shoot out air bullets, the ability to completely disguise himself as another person, as well as the mystical glove that changed its appearance several times and devoured Squall. The number exceeds my imagination. Furthermore, a few of them are incompatible. This isn't something that can be explained by simply adding one or two mystical items to a sequence. Also, the hunger that comes from the depths of the soul indicates something. Vice Admiral Hurricane's glove, creeping hunger. Captain specially reminded us that the glove can graze the souls of many beyonders, allowing us to use their powers. Donna's thoughts and final judgment flowed through his mind. German Sparrow is the current owner of Creeping Hunger. He didn't look down on him just because he relied on a powerful mystical item to appear so terrifying. Instead, he felt even more reverent. Firstly, the extent to which a mystical item could be used depended on one's own standard. If German Sparrow didn't have a certain level of strength and rich combat experience in the Beyonder domain, he wouldn't have been able to finish off Steel Mavady and the Calm Squall in 10 seconds, even with Creeping Hunger. Secondly, his captain, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, had learned from secret channels that Vice Admiral Hurricane hadn't died at the hands of the Church of the Storm. Instead, he had been quickly killed by a powerhouse while escaping. Donnaz had no lack of understanding of how powerful Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings was at his peak. He knew where a powerhouse that could easily finish him off was. It was equivalent to a king that stood at the pinnacle of all pirates. Furthermore, it was one of the two most powerful and terrifying ones, the King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic. Although there's the element of a surprise attack, I can only lower his evaluation. He's not much weaker than the King of Immortality, and he's stronger than Admiral Hell and Admiral of Blood. Creeping Hunger now belongs to German Sparrow, which means that either he's the powerhouse who killed Kalangos, or he has an important figure at the level of one of the four kings standing behind him. Regardless of which possibility it is, it's more terrifying than what I originally imagined. Donna's body tensed up. He really didn't wish to face the adventurer who had crazy blood coursing through his veins. Phew. He exhaled and felt that he had been hesitating for too long. He needed to make a decision as soon as possible. German Sparrow knows divination, and he's rather confident in his abilities. With my shadow cloak in his hands, not only will it be difficult to escape, but it will also infuriate him. Shadow cloak is a rare mystical item. Donnaz gritted his teeth and turned around the corner. He entered the hotel's main entrance and went all the way to the luxurious suite. After cautiously waiting for a few seconds and observing the situation, Donnaz took out his key and opened the door. He saw that the room was dark. The gas wall lamps weren't lit, and the not-so-bright morning sunlight shone in through the window, illuminating the German Sparrow who was facing the door. This adventurer had already changed back into his original attire. He wore a black coat and dark-colored trousers. He held a half-top hat in his hand as he raised his right foot and placed it on his left thigh. He leaned back slightly. His face was dark and blurry because his back was to the window. Only his dark brown eyes were abnormally clear as he calmly stared at the door. Donna subconsciously lowered his head and laughed dryly. According to your instructions, I circled to a few newspaper offices and wrote the news of blazing killing Steele Mavady, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Squall on a piece of paper before throwing it in. Of course, in this piece of news, I have a powerful helper. He is mysterious and unknown. He is a top-notch adventurer and an experienced bounty hunter. Klein nodded slightly and smiled politely. Very good. Donna's heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around and saw the peacock-blue flying carpet. He was stunned for a few seconds before he asked in confusion, "What about Steele and Huntley's heads?" Klein said calmly, "That's right. I didn't take them." "You didn't take them?" Donna's blurted out in astonishment. "Then what about our bounty? As long as he had the heads of Steele and Blood Brambles, he could obtain the corresponding bounty through people with connections and background. Although he would lose 15 to 30% of the money as a pirate, he couldn't claim the bounty himself. He could only use such a method. The military and the church used bounties to encourage pirates to kill each other, but that didn't mean that they would let go of a gift that was delivered to their doorstep. To Donna's surprise, the German Sparrow, who was crazily thirsty for money, didn't take the heads of Steele and Blood Brambles. It was equivalent to him giving up on the bounty. Klein didn't answer him as he pointed at the flying carpet on the ground. "You are a collaborator. You have two choices. One is £3,000 in cash. The second is this flying carpet. I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. Exceeding that time will be considered as giving up. £3,000 in cash or a flying carpet. This flying carpet seems to only have the ability to hover and fly. Furthermore, it's not that fast, so it's not that useful." "That's not right. At sea, such items are very precious to beyonders other than the sailor pathway. At the very least, I don't have to worry about what happens if the ship sinks." Donna's was momentarily hesitant. Then, he heard German Sparrow count. 3, 2. Donna's was alarmed as he hurriedly said, "Flying carpet. Flying carpet." Klein nodded. "All right." Knowing that the other party was trustworthy, Danitz finally relaxed and grumbled in a half-mumbling, half-complaining tone. He grumbled, "Why didn't you count to 5 and 4? We agreed on 5 seconds. Klein replied without a change in expression. "I counted to myself. I counted to myself." Donna's took a deep breath and revealed a twisted smile. Klein slowly stood up, flicked his wrist, and threw the top hat in his hand, letting it hang steadily on the rack before walking to his bedroom. Cathedral of Waves. Alger, who had entered in the name of a morning prayer, met the diocese bishop, Chogo, and recounted what had happened last night. The only thing that had been modified was that the sanguine anesthetic gas had been changed to the slumber charms of the Church of Evernight. Chogo nodded in appreciation. "For the sake of your faith, you dared to venture deep into the enemy's lair and risk your life. Such behavior is worthy of praise. You are a true attendant of the storm. Last night we captured 5 beyonders and killed 2 of them on the spot. Mavady, Hendry, and Squall also died as a result. The heads of these 3 pirates will either never appear again, or they're in our hands. The government's bounty will be ours. This totals to more than £10,000. You will receive most of it, which is £6,000. Don't decline. The Lord tells us that those who fight for their faith must not be trapped." Holy Lord of Storms. Alger pounded his left chest with an excited expression. Although he and the world hadn't agreed on how to split the spoils of war, he believed that the 2 of them had a certain tacit understanding. For example, they wouldn't interfere with each other's hunting of the pirates. The bounty would be split equally between the 2 because they had to clear the Church's name. As for the bounties from countries and organizations like the Intis and FASAC, Alger didn't have any extravagant hope. This was because every claim required him to hand over the target's complete corpse or head. Therefore, he could only choose one of them. Only people with deep backgrounds and good relationships with various countries and organizations could receive all of them. £3,000 belongs to the world. I've suddenly lost £3,000, which will definitely arouse suspicion. Yes, I have to find an opportunity to buy a mystical item. As such items are rare, they often come at a premium. It's even more so when I'm in urgent need. No one will suspect me if I offer £5,000 if I buy it for £3,000. I'll sell the items I obtained from Old Quinn, and this account will be settled. Alger quickly came up with a follow-up plan. Knowing that he would receive £3,000, Klein happily sat on the fool's high-back chair and considered a serious problem. That was, after grazing Steel Mavady, he would release a soul from creeping hunger according to his promise. Their Beyonder powers are very useful. It's quite a pity to release them before I find a replacement. Besides, I've already released that faceless. There doesn't seem to be a need this time. Hesitation, and reluctance fermented in Klein's heart, making him unable to make a decision for a long time. After a while, he leaned back and exhaled. I can't lie to myself. He shook his head and laughed. He felt relaxed because he had made up his mind. He would keep his promise and release a soul. The faceless from before had been released ahead of time because he wanted to obtain the corresponding information. In essence, it was an equivalent exchange. Which one should I release? Miss Justice has bought the ingredients for a psychiatrist and a mystical item worth £5,500. No matter how rich she is, she should be short on funds. It's not appropriate to sell the psychiatrist Beyonder characteristic at this time. She still owes my adorer £2,000. She'll repay it in February or March. Klein rejected his previous idea and planned on releasing the nightmare first. As a former Nighthawk, he always had an enhanced impression and feelings for Beyonders in this domain. Therefore, without any other factors, it wasn't difficult for him to make a choice. After calming his emotions, Klein picked up the human-skinned glove that he had previously brought above the gray fog. He closed his eyes and sensed the distorted and illusory souls. Without any hesitation, he released the nightmare. Chapter 535. At the side of the long bronze table, Nightmare appeared. This was a man in his 30s. He had black hair and blue eyes. His cheeks were long and thin, and there were obvious grooves on both sides of his nose. His mouth and chin were covered with a thin beard. As the pain and distortion he could feel eased, he pressed his hand to his chest and solemnly bowed. Compared to the faceless from before, this nightmare was clearly not as muddle-headed and weak after being released. It was unknown if it was because the Evernight pathway enhanced the spirit more than the Seer pathway, or if it was because he had been grazed for a shorter period of time. Klein sighed inwardly and asked directly through telepathy, "Why did you die at the hands of Zillings?" The corners of the shapeshifter's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. "I'm a Red Glove of the Nighthawks. I'm currently investigating a batch of ancient documents from the Balam royal tomb. They're suspected to be related to the fallen Death. I found that some of them might have fallen into the hands of a rich man, so I took 2 companions and boarded the ship he was on. Unfortunately, when we were about to investigate, we were attacked by the Zillings fleet." "Where are your companions?" Klein asked. The nightmare said with a pained expression, "That's right. We had a chance to leave and even kill Zillings with our skillful teamwork, but our ship sank and we could only take lifeboats. Everybody died. No, they died in the line of duty. May the goddess bless you." Klein silently drew a crimson moon in his heart. This made him realize that battles at sea were very different from those on land. The environment was very important. Those who weren't Beyonders of the sailor pathway would be at a great disadvantage. If it weren't for the fact that the flying carpet was large, inconvenient to carry, and its slow speed, making it an easy target, Klein would definitely have chosen to keep it and give Donnas the cash. Thankfully, I have the bladder of a murloc. I can get an artisan to create a mystical item that allows me to move underwater. Unfortunately, artisans are very difficult to find. Most of them are from the Church of Steam and Machinery. There aren't many in the wild. Otherwise, the mystical items in circulation wouldn't be so rare. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to seek Mr. the Hanging Man's help. Klein looked at the nightmare who had died in the line of duty and leaned back gently. What's your name? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The nightmare's figure was already slowly dissipating. Upon hearing that, he smiled. My name is David Raymond. I lost my parents, wife, and siblings in a black magic incident. I only have a daughter left. Her name is Nilu, and she was born in 1330. She's a very cute girl. I regret that I joined the Nighthawks in order to investigate the truth of the black magic incident. Later, I became a Red Glove, but I didn't have the time to accompany her. While she lost her mother, she nearly lost her father. I believe that the church will definitely give her the pension and give her some help in secret. I'm not worried about her life. I only wish to see her enter the hall of marriage under the witness of the goddess. She will have her own family and no longer be lonely. It's 1350 this year. She might already have someone to marry, Klein said with a sigh. Time really flies. Davy Raymond replied dreamily. Tell her that all the murderers have been punished. I died because of an accident. There's no need to hate anyone. Tell her that Daddy loves her. Daddy is very sorry. His figure became more and more transparent as he was about to disappear. Klein closed his eyes. Where does she live? What's the name of the tycoon who collected Death's documents? We live in Desi County's Conant City. It's a beautiful coastal city with abundant rubber nearby. If she hasn't moved, she's still living at 67, Red Indus Street. That tycoon's name is Jimmy Necker. He should have also fallen into the hands of the Zillings. Before Davy Raymond could finish his sentence, his figure had completely dissipated, leaving behind a deep black gem-like gelatinous object on the surface of his glove. Klein watched this scene silently. After a few seconds, he raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. He said in a deep voice, If there's a chance, I'll visit your daughter and see how she's doing. Beneath the palace that looked like a giant's residence, the gray fog was endless and unchanging. Klein put away Davy Raymond's Beyonder characteristic, rubbed his temples, and turned his attention back to the matter regarding Death's documents. The Death pathway and Evernight pathway can be interchanged at high-sequence Beyonders. There's nothing strange about the church sending people to track down the corresponding documents. I wonder if Jimmy Necker is dead or not. I have to find out. If he has already passed away in that tragedy, and the items have fallen into the hands of the Zillings, then I have to start investigating from the pirates. Zillings's fleet is now under the control of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. As it involved Death and might be able to help Mr. Aztec, Klein decided to investigate in passing. If there were any difficulties, he could directly write a letter to inform the big shot. After clearing his thoughts, he quickly returned to the real world and used a ritual to bring creeping hunger out again. After doing all of this, seeing that it was already late, he gave up on the idea of catching up on sleep. He decided to summarize the experience and lessons from last night's operation. To Klein, the biggest lesson was that he had overestimated the patience of the mandated punishers. He had originally hoped that even if there were certain accidents at the beginning, the mandated punishers would be able to restrain themselves and wait for the true protagonist, the true target, Steel Mavady, to appear. When that happened, they would definitely use a sealed artifact that allows many people to enter a dream and control all the wild Beyonders who were involved. And with my unique nature, being able to sense the dream and forcefully break free, I would be able to deal with Steel Mavady and his helpers with ease, completing the achievement of instant kill and taking away 1 or 2 corpses. In the end, just as there was an accident, That bunch of irascible brothers all rushed out. They didn't even leave any backup teams to prevent any accidents. At most, they would let the sealed artifact wielder stay in the periphery, with 1 or 2 protectors. The more Klein thought about it, the more he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If it wasn't for the fact that Steel Mavady and his pirates were more cautious, sending at least 2 Beyonders and all the puppets and zombies to block the mandated punishers that might be chasing after them, Klein would have likely faced a situation where it was 2 against 5. If that happened, he would have chosen to give up and switch his strategy. And what satisfied Klein the most was that he had done a rather good job of making targeted preparations. This was a professional habit of a magician, as he had long learned of the characteristics of the first 5 sequences of the mutant pathway from Miss Sharon and Merrick. Klein knew very well that Steel Mavady, who had gone through the lunatic stage, could use irrational factors to resist interference and affect one's mind. He had very strong resistance in this aspect. Therefore, he gave up on the psychiatrist's dragon's might and frenzy, as well as the nightmare that was clearly inferior to the mandated Punisher's sealed artifact. He only targeted the interrogator's psychic piercing and the Priest of Light's purification powers. Psychic piercing wasn't a Beyonder power that interfered with one's thoughts or affected one's mind. Instead, it was a means to directly attack a spirit body. In essence, the other powers were used on the body of heart and mind, while its target was a soul body. There was a clear difference between the two. As long as one of the parts of that combo didn't produce the desired effect, Steel Mavady would be able to recover, making it impossible for me to complete a quick kill. And in the environment back then, this also meant failure. Yes. I also targeted the carnal faction's trait of being easily controlled by their emotions. I believe that once they suffer mental damage, there's a high chance that they will go crazy and counterattack without considering anything else. Actually, the safest way to deal with a zombie is to set up Matchstick or Donna's. I'll use Flaming Jump and Light of Holiness to kite Mavady. I'll make him unable to catch up to his opponent if he wants to fight or escape if he wants to. I'll be able to chase up to him with a fireball. Unfortunately, this is too much of a waste of time. The environment doesn't allow it. Klein sighed, took out his pocket watch, snapped it open, and looked at the time. Seeing that it was almost 9 in the morning, he turned the doorknob and walked out of the bedroom. At this moment, Donna's was lying in a reclining chair, sleeping so soundly that the room was filled with the snoring of a steam engine. He was rather alert. The moment Klein came out, he opened his eyes and sat up. "You're going out?" Donnas saw German Sparrow take down his top hat from the coat rack. "Yes." Klein maintained his persona and didn't explain that he was attempting to act and help someone confess. "What about me?" "Steel Mavady and his subordinates are basically finished. I don't have to worry anymore. Even if the newspapers don't publish this news, I can spread it myself. There are plenty of pirates and adventurers who have nothing better to do and use it as bragging material. It will spread to the sea and remind Captain that that bunch of dogs *T doesn't know anything other than drinking and bragging. But even so, it's still of some use." Donnas thought for a moment and asked with a hint of fear, "Mr. Sparrow, can I leave now?" Klein revealed a smile bit by bit. "You've always been free." "That's right. I wasn't captured by him this time. I'm only asking for help. I've always been free." Donnas was first taken aback before he was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, he heard German Sparrow say in a light voice, "That's right. But it ends now." What?" Donnas wore a blank look. It took him a full 3 seconds to understand German Sparrow's true meaning. That meant that he had been captured by the other party again. "Why?" Donnas asked angrily and aggrievedly. Klein put on his top hat and said in a deep voice, "I want to see your captain." Donna's eyes widened as he stood up abruptly and blurted out, "What do you want?" "This guy is a little agitated." Klein calmly replied, "I have some things to ask her. I have some things to ask her." Chapter 536. He has something to ask Captain? Danitz frowned as he watched Gehrman Sparrow leave the room. He didn't know what the man's true motives were. What exactly is this fellow after? Money? Wealth? But he had the time and opportunity to take away Steel Mavades and Blood Brambles Hendry's heads and exchange them for a bounty of nearly £10,000. After taking a cut, it would be £7,000 or £8,000, but he didn't do so. Instead, he generously split the spoils of war with me. This is very contradictory. When he heard that I'm blazing, his first reaction was to point to the £3,000 bounty. According to Captain, this doesn't make sense. Why would he deliberately give up on the bounty? Unless he has a better way to obtain it safely, or does he leave it for someone else? Yes, he was prepared for the appearance of the mandated punishers ahead of time. He has his own network and intelligence channels. This way, everything can be explained, coupled with the possibility of the demigod who killed Zillings. German Sparrow has a secret and powerful organization backing him. Donnas was alarmed by his own speculations. He instinctively wanted to use body language to express his feelings, but he forgot that his left arm was still fractured. He immediately grimaced in pain. This made him even more terrified. He didn't want Captain to meet such a dangerous and crazy fellow. He even suspected that German Sparrow's true goal was the Captain's £26,000 bounty. In a one-on-one battle, that madman might not be able to defeat Captain. Besides, we still have the first mate, second mate, third mate, and a few bosuns. However, he has a terrifying organization backing him. If he wants to harm Captain, he'll have to do it over my dead body. Donnas puffed out his chest and raised his neck, filled with the tragic sense of self-sacrifice. He raised his hand to smooth his hair, gave a long grunt, and muttered to himself, "Let's observe a little longer. Perhaps German Sparrow really only wants to ask some questions." He subconsciously looked around and found that the flying carpet and shadow cloak were still there. They weren't missing. In other words, German Sparrow left everything that belongs to me behind. Isn't he afraid that I'll take the opportunity to escape? Or did he secretly take my hair for his divination? No, he's a crazy guy. Even if he wants to use his hair, he'll just walk over and pluck a strand out. It's impossible for him to do it secretly. That's right, there's a powerful and secretive organization behind him. Maybe at this moment there are people from that organization secretly monitoring me, waiting for me to leave, waiting for me to find the Captain. Sinister. The German Sparrow must have gone out on purpose. Donnas felt that he had grasped the truth with his experience and wisdom. He paced back and forth a few steps and sat back on the reclining chair. "I'm not leaving. I want to see what you guys are up to. I will not bring danger to the Captain." 3:15 in the afternoon, Serene Island. This place was also part of the Rørsted archipelago, but it was the furthest from the City of Generosity, Byam. It would take nearly 5 hours for a passenger ship to get there. On the way, Klein purchased a set of local clothes and bought a small suitcase to store his clothes. He spent a total of 14 soldi, which was less than £1. How cheap. It's only a fraction of the cost of a formal suit. Wearing wide-legged pants, a thick coffee-colored jacket, and a light brown cap, Klein walked off the liner and entered the somewhat old harbor of Serene Island. Having spent time buying clothes and changing his appearance, he had missed the 9 o'clock ferry and could only take the 10 o'clock one. Thinking of the expenses of this acting, he couldn't help but calculate his current financial situation. The faceless characteristic was sold for £3,825, and the pirate bounty was £3,000. Although I haven't received the £6,825 yet, as long as Mr. the Hanging Man isn't exposed, it can basically be included in my budget. The remaining money from Donna and the others' gratitude and myself is £255, £26, 11 soldi, and 8 pence were found on Steel Mavady. Yes, there are also 5 gold coins for ballast. I haven't spent much money recently, and it's only a little more than £1 in total. This is really a delightful matter. In that case, I'll have £7,110, and I'll also have the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic and the Murloc's bladder. The value isn't low. Thinking about it, I've earned £3,000 in bounty and the Zombie Beyonder characteristic. The latter is £3,000 to £5,000, which means that I've earned £7,000 to £8,000. And this is just Steel Mavati, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Squall. Furthermore, I've wasted quite a bit of it. Hunting pirates is really a good job. I can uphold justice, punish evil, protect the weak, and become rich overnight. Klein subconsciously turned his head to the side and saw that the seawater here was a lot clearer than Byam's. It was like a green, huge, crystalline gem that reflected a golden luster under the sunlight. Indeed, it's not without reason that generations of adventurers go out to sea in search of wealth. Even after deducting the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith, the eyes of a six-winged gargoyle, the spring water from the Sonia Golden Spring, and other supplementary ingredients for a marionettist, the remaining money is enough for me to buy a pretty good manor here, in Desi Bay, in the southern continent's colonies, or in a non-metropolitan area. The rural scenery in Rouen is said to be very beautiful. If I really can't return, I can consider settling down in a similar place. Yes, I still have 10% of the Bakeland Bicycle Company's shares. The future returns won't be low. With confidence, Klein straightened his back and thought about the future. After letting his imagination run wild, Klein began to consider a more realistic problem. Should he sell the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic, find an opportunity to return it to the Church of Evernight, or use an artisan to make it into a mystical item? Depending on the situation, the most ideal solution is to sell it to the church. Martyr Klein, who had taken 2 potions from the Nighthawks, thought with uncertainty. At the same time, he hoped that Little Sun could quickly reach Sequence 7 so that he would have the right to come into contact with the method to remove the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic. As for releasing the Priest of Light inside the glove, he wasn't in a rush. Little Sun had just obtained the Sequence 7 potion formula, so he temporarily didn't have any need for it. He would have to wait for a long period of time. As for the Priest of Light's powers, it was very effective against Admiral of Blood and his pirates. It was much stronger than the Brooch of Sunday. As his thoughts slowly settled, Klein entered the port town. The people here were basically natives. Their skin was nearly bronze, and their black hair was naturally slightly curled. Their bodies emitted the smell of being in contact with spices for a long time. After changing his appearance and asking about Rainey's situation and if there was any news of Went's death, Klein found a secluded corner and wiped his face with his hand, turning himself into the thin and tall Went with deep facial features. He carried his suitcase and circled to the outskirts of the town, where he saw Rainey's brewery. The flaxen-haired girl could no longer be called a young lady. Compared to Went's memories, she was clearly a lot more mature. She was cleaning the entrance, and there wasn't anyone around. Phew! Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, feeling his heart filled with conflicted emotions. As a keyboard warrior, he knew about acting theories such as method theory and experience theory, but he lacked a deeper understanding. All he could do was try to figure out Went's mood and how he should behave in such a situation. Finally, he closed his eyes and walked over. When Rainey heard the footsteps, she looked up and saw the visitor clearly. She opened her mouth slightly and let out an "ah" in surprise. Then she straightened her face and said, "Why did you suddenly come back? Remember, you're just acting." Klein revealed a smile. "I'm here to bid you farewell." He spoke in the local dialect with a nondescript Byam accent. The language of the Rorstad archipelago also originated from ancient Faesac, and it was a different variant. To Klein, who was half a historian, it wasn't difficult. It only took him a little time to master it. "Farewell?" Rainey asked in surprise. Klein turned his head, looked to the side, and smiled. "I'm going to chase a treasure, and I don't know when I'll be back." When the time comes, I'll appear with a large sum of money, buy a manor in the suburbs, plant some rubber trees, get a vineyard, have my own mill, wine cellar, and blacksmith shop, and fill the air with the smell of all kinds of spices. Then, I'll buy a few slaves and hire some servants, just like those old masters. I'm still lacking one thing. He fought the goosebumps that were about to appear and turned to look into Rainie's eyes. I'm still lacking a wife and the mistress of the manor. Rainie, I like you. I want to marry you. I'm saying it today not to obtain an answer, but because I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to tell you again. Rainie listened quietly and suddenly cursed angrily. Winter, you're a coward. This reaction isn't right. Klein deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Rainie suppressed her voice and said, 3 years ago, I was already prepared to go to Byam with you. In the end, you didn't say anything. You coward! You coward! What's the point of telling me now? You're about to go out to sea, and you might never return. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. By saying it, you'll be happy and won't have any regrets, but what about me? Will I keep thinking that you'll return and continue suffering? You selfish bastard! She waved the broom in her hand and slammed it at Winter, who was opposite her. Klein knew that the Real Winter would throw away the broom, hug the girl, and tell her that he wouldn't go out to sea again, but he couldn't do it. He could only pretend to be chased away in a sorry state. He ran all the way to a nearby alley and knocked his head against the wall, silently cursing to himself. This is 2F** King Awkward. This is 2F** King Awkward. Rainie returned to the door, held the broom, and squatted down. Her face was ashen, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Vaguely, she heard a voice, and then she fell into a deep sleep. After using the charm, Klein turned around and pushed Rainie, who was sitting on the ground against the wall. Then, he quickly left and hid in the distance to watch the outcome. Rainie quickly woke up and realized that she had fallen asleep at some point in time. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. She still sat there for a long time without moving. Suddenly, she lowered her head and let out a sharp, thin curse that seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of her throat. Winter, you selfish bastard! Sigh. Klein, who felt a little digested, sighed, changed his appearance, and left the place. He had to stay on Simim Island for the night, because there was a liner to Byam in the morning. Chapter 537. Turning into one of the 2 main streets, Klein, who had changed his face, went straight to the green mailbox and took out a letter that he had long prepared from his pocket. This was a death notice that he had written in imitation of the police station's official document format. It was addressed to the sheriff of Simim Port Town. The content was about the sudden death of a local resident, Went in Byam. When he decided to do this acting, Klein had already formulated a corresponding plan. He wanted things to proceed smoothly without deviating from the track, and he didn't want to cause irreparable harm to the girl, Rainie. His plan was to use the slumber charm to disguise the real acting as a dream. This way, if the girl, Rainie, had no love for Went and directly rejected his confession, she wouldn't feel any guilt when she heard of his death later. At most, she would feel afraid, and this could be effectively appeased by praying and confessing to the church. If the girl, Rainie, also liked Went and responded to his confession, the reason of the dream would help Klein escape. The subsequent death notice would cut off Rainie's expectations, and it wouldn't have a negative impact on her future life. But even so, it's still a little cruel. No matter what kind of woman it is, when faced with a dream confession from a boy she likes after his death, they would definitely be devastated. They wouldn't be able to get over it for a long time. Yes. If I don't do anything, Rainie will definitely be abnormally sad when the news of Went's death comes back, but it might not be that serious. However, the knot in her heart might never be untied. She will be conflicted for the rest of her life over whether Went went out on an adventure to pursue their future, or if he simply didn't like her. It's not a bad ending. Once she's relieved of her pain, she'll treat her future life with the gentleness of having been sincerely loved by someone. Sigh, no matter what, for the sake of acting, I've forcefully interfered with the lives of others and affected the innocent to a certain extent. Even if I have the excuse of fulfilling a wish, it's not really a good thing. Just as Roselle said, the further I go down the Beyonder pathway, the more warped and sinister it becomes. The acting method might be a catalyst. All I can do is try my best to minimize the effects. After delivering the letter, Klein exhaled and walked to the only inn in town with his featureless local face. On the way, he summarized his experience. It was that, disguising as another person and receiving feedback, should be the main clause of the faceless rule, second only to "you can disguise as anyone but yourself." If it were some other faceless, they might seal off the news of Went's death and agree to Rainey's confession. They would spend 1 to 2 years in a relationship with her, marry her, and have children. Then, they wouldn't be bound by the various relationships of this identity. They would remember who they are and coldly leave. During this process, if they don't expose themselves, the potion will almost be completely digested. But I really can't do it. I can't get past myself at all. All I can do is play by the edges. Klein sighed and felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He shook his head and silently mocked himself. What a Beyonder must constantly resist is not only danger and madness, but also all kinds of evil thoughts that originate from themselves, as well as the gravitational pull of depravity that can cause them to sink if they aren't careful. Even so, in the end, they might still be corrupted by the abyss and become the kind of monster they swore to get rid of. Sigh, reining in his thoughts, Klein stepped into the hotel and said to the boss behind the counter, "An ordinary room." The thin boss looked up and said, "An ordinary room? A valid identification document. Why would I have one on a face that I just created?" Klein gave a sheepish smile. "I forgot to bring it with me." "Then you can't stay here. That's a rule of our town." The boss buried his head again and calculated the day's income and expenditure. Klein took out a 1 solely note and pushed it over as though nothing had happened. The boss immediately widened his eyes. No, keep it. I don't want to be locked up by the sheriff." Get out, you filthy fellow without any identification documents." Klein was chased out of the hotel in shock. He couldn't believe that the almighty money had just lost its effect. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned into an empty alley and transformed back into the German sparrow with deep facial features. Klein returned to the hotel, tapped the counter, and spoke in Rouen with a Bakeland accent. "A room." The boss looked up and immediately put down the item in his hand. As he stood up, he nodded and smiled. All right. Do you need a room with a view of the sea, or one that's relatively quiet?" He switched to poor, heavily spiced Rouen and never mentioned anything about his identity again. What a realistic world. Klein silently lampooned and politely replied, "That's right. Quiet." Yes, okay," the boss answered repeatedly. Then, he called for the waiter to guard the counter, took the key, and led Klein to the second floor. "Sir, how many days do you need to stay?" 1 solely and 5 pence a night." "Tonight." Klein couldn't stand the enthusiasm and answered simply. At the Wind of Azure Hotel, he and Donis stayed in a luxurious suite that cost 5 solely a night. Without a doubt, the room chosen by the boss was clean and tidy. The usual humidity of a port hotel was basically absent. Klein looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. It's my honor." There was an obvious fear in the boss's flattery. Klein put down his luggage and rested for a while. He then got up and returned to the ground floor in preparation for dinner. Apart from the counter, there were many messy tables on the first floor. Their surfaces were slightly greasy, and in the corner, a fireplace was burning, emitting light and heat. The Rørsted archipelago was in the south, and the lowest temperature in winter was about 10 degrees Celsius. However, to the locals, this was still cold weather that required a fire. Klein randomly found a seat and ordered a local specialty roast meat and mushroom soup. His main course was potato bread. While waiting, he quietly scanned the diners in the restaurant, and his gaze instinctively landed on a lady. This lady had black hair that was simply tied up and a pair of extremely unique greenish-gray eyes. Her looks were pleasing to the eye, and the more he looked at her, the more charming she became. She was clearly not a local, but she was wearing a man's shirt and a thick brown jacket. Beside her was a round hat with a dent in the middle. This was a common outfit for adventurers at sea. The three men at the same table were the same, and they had obvious characteristics of being exposed to the sun and rain. Klein had never hidden his appreciation for beautiful women, but the reason why she attracted his attention wasn't because of her looks. There was a strong discrimination against women at sea. Women who could achieve a certain level of status among adventurers and pirates were either very scheming, very strong, or both. They were targets that he had to be careful of and wary of. There are fresh mud spots on their leather boots. Did they just come back from the jungle? Haha, what adventurers! Klein made a preliminary judgment based on some clues. If these 4 adventurers had taken a boat from Byam, even if they had stepped on dirty water and encountered mud, the traces should have long since dried up. And because there hadn't been any rain in the past 2 days, the roads in the town were still relatively clean, just a little dusty. Eliminating these 2 possibilities, the only explanation left was that they had returned from exploring the outskirts of the jungle. Klein had previously heard that many adventurers would go deep into the primeval forests of colonial islands in search of abandoned and forgotten pagan temples or altars. Those places often had gold and jewels consecrated in ancient times, but for various reasons, they were later buried in places that no one cared about or knew about. In the bars of various islands, there was no lack of legends of someone who had returned from an adventure in the jungle overnight. There might be evil spirits lingering in those places. I might as well hunt pirates. At least I can obtain the corresponding information in advance. Klein retracted his gaze and focused on waiting for the food. The 7 major churches classified the various gods in the primitive beliefs of the colonies as evil spirits, but Klein believed that some of them were natural spirits. After a while, the special barbecue was served. It was cut into many small pieces and skewered on wooden skewers. The surface was smeared with a brownish-red sauce, and the aroma was rich and the color was tempting. It's a bit like the kebabs in my previous life. In Rouen, large pieces of meat are roasted one by one, and the chef will only divide them after they're done. The method here is more flavorful. Klein picked up a wooden skewer and bit a piece of meat. He felt the juices overflow, and there was a hint of sweetness in the salty aroma. It's my type. He nodded in satisfaction. Klein was quite satisfied with the meal. He even tasted the local guru tree sap. It was a special drink, like lemonade with sugar and milk. When he returned to his room, he hadn't slept all night because of the hunt last night. He washed up early, extinguished the fireplace, and got into bed. And sleeping too early was bound to have a problem, and that was waking up in the middle of the night to pee. Klein's sweet dream was interrupted. He opened his eyes and slowly gathered the courage to lift his blanket. The temperature in Simeem in the middle of the night was about 8 to 9 degrees Celsius. In terms of body temperature, it was considered cold. After lying quietly for a while, Klein stretched out his arm and silently retracted it. After thinking for a few seconds, he reached out again and picked up the sun brooch on the bedside table. Although it only provided mental heat and didn't actually provide him with heat, he could at least deceive himself that he wasn't cold. Klein moved out of bed and went straight to the bathroom in the room. He narrowed his eyes and eased the pressure in his lower abdomen. After everything was done, he pulled up his pants and was about to wash his hands when his spiritual perception was triggered. Klein frowned slightly and looked up at the bathroom vent. Suddenly, something black and slippery fell down and hung there. It was a venomous snake with a forked tongue. Klein jumped in fright. He opened his mouth and made a sound. Bang! The venomous snake was brutally hit and split into two. What happened? Klein stared for a few seconds. Seeing that there was no more movement, he walked out of the bathroom and took out a gold coin from his pocket. P.S. Please give me a boost card for the Golden Keyboard Award. You can get it with your previous purchases. Give it to the character. Give it to Little Genius 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 538. There's danger in the hotel. Klein recited a divination statement, entered cogitation, and flicked the gold coin upwards. Clang! A weak but clear sound echoed in the quiet room as the gold coin tumbled down and landed in Klein's palm. This time, the number was up, indicating a negative result. There's no danger. Klein frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. He took out a bottle of essential oil that had the effect of repelling pests from his coat on the coat rack. He sprinkled it around him, quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, and entered the world above the gray fog to make a confirmation divination. In just 10 seconds, he received a revelation that there was still no danger. Returning to the real world, Klein shook his head, put the gold coin and bottle back, put on his coat, pants, and leather boots, and sat on the edge of the bed. He leaned back against the pillow and treated it cautiously. He still remembered his seer's rules, especially the one that divination isn't omnipotent. Therefore, even if the answers were very safe, he didn't dare to relax and continue sleeping. This wasn't to say that he didn't believe in the gray fog's ability to block out interference, but that there were too many possibilities. His divination statement might not be accurate or inclusive, resulting in an incorrect interpretation. He already had a certain guess about what had just happened. The 4 adventurers in the restaurant had indeed found an abandoned and forgotten ancient temple in the primitive forest of Simeem Island and obtained wealth or cultural relic. However, they had also alarmed the evil spirits that were struggling at death's door, causing them to be haunted by evil thoughts or curses. As time passed, Klein suddenly felt a subtle spirituality fluctuation spread out from the nearby room, quickly merging into the surrounding darkness. The hidden undercurrent that he had sensed disappeared, and the tranquility of the night returned completely. Indeed, they do possess beyonder powers. It's settled just like that? Wait a little longer. There's still another hour or 2 before daybreak. If anything were to happen, there's still the cathedral and the mandated punishers here. Klein half closed his eyes and began cogitation. Biam Amiris Leaf Bar. Donis, who had made up his mind to fool the monitors, was holding a lanty proof as he drunkenly watched the girls in the boxing ring perform a sexy dance. Dogsh *T. You haven't lost a single piece of clothing all this time. He shouted along with the other drunkards. Then, regardless of whether there was a response, they laughed heartily at each other, clinked glasses, and took a gulp of strong liquor. Have you read the newspaper? A man who was still fooling around in a bar late at night let out a long burp and said to his companion, Was your brain eaten by a donkey? Do you think I can read those squiggly letters? By the storm, I am only interested in such wriggling. Ha ha ha. His companion raised his glass and pointed to the dancing girls, and laughed at what he thought was a humorous reply. The man who had spoken earlier smacked the back of his head. Steele is dead. He was killed by raging flames. Donis, who was nearby, was stunned for a moment before he sat up straight and tilted his head slightly. He cleared his throat and gulped down a mouthful of hard liquor. He pretended that nothing had happened, but he secretly moved towards the other side, wanting to hear what the others had to say about this matter. The adventurer and pirate who had brought him into the business had once said that life at sea would be meaningless without liquor, women, and bragging. Steele? What steel? Let me tell you, when I was young, I once defeated a steel pipe. Another drunkard interjected. What did you do to the steel pipe? Should I say, oh, you're so meticulous? The man who spoke first revealed an, I understand smile. He didn't wait for an answer as he continued, Steele Mavady is dead. Steele Mavady is dead. Admiral of Blood's second mate is dead. He growled the last half of his sentence, scaring a man who couldn't stand still and causing him to slide under the table. He muttered in horror, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it, T. Bars are always so chaotic. Hurry up and get to the point. I'm waiting for you to praise Lord Raging Flames." The disguised Donas wished he could throw the glass in his hand at the group of people's heads. The newspaper said that the Navy and the Church worked together. Steele is dead, Blood Brambles is dead, Com Squall is dead, and John Smith and his gang of scoundrels have been arrested. A sober drunkard squeezed his way over and joined the conversation. No, no, no. That's not the truth. The man who first brought up the topic shook his head with a smile. I have a friend in the newspaper. He told me that they have accurate information, but they were unable to publish it. The Navy and the Church are just targets to be used. The real murderer is Raging Donas and a mysterious, experienced, and powerful adventurer and bounty hunter. Impossible. There's no way Raging Donas can defeat Steele. Even if it was a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been able to kill Steele. A few nearby patrons gave similar opinions. The main point is that powerful adventurer. I suspect that he's an adventurer close to the level of a pirate admiral. The man who led the conversation emphasized. I wonder where Donas got to know such a fellow. He also contributed. It said that he was the one who killed Blood Brambles. Didn't you notice? Raging Flames's bounty has changed. It's been raised to 4,200 pounds. That's right. Really? Raging Flames isn't simple. What a ferocious pirate. No, a great pirate. Great pirate? I really couldn't tell when I was drinking with him the last time. Pooey. You son of a bitch, when did I drink with you? I don't know you at all. Amidst the exclamations, Donas thought happily. 4,200 pounds. If those fellows were to learn of this, they would definitely wake up at night in envy to wipe the deck. Ha ha ha. I can now be said to be the strongest boatswain of the Golden Dream. At that moment, Donas wished he could fly back to the ship and brag with Iron Skin and Bucket. He wanted to tell them about the horrifying incident at Bancy Harbor, how he defeated the fallen bishop, how he escaped from Steele and Company's ambush, and how he set up a trap to wipe out all his enemies, so that he could no longer play this game of life. Unfortunately, for the sake of Captain, I have to continue being the servant of that lunatic, German Sparrow. Sigh, I'm already a great pirate worth 4,200 pounds. Donas sighed and allowed himself to continue being numbed by the alcohol. As the Storm Cathedral's bell rang, the orange-yellow sun rose from the horizon. The surroundings remained so quiet that only the sound of water could be heard. Klein heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't see any abnormalities. He took off his clothes, returned to his bed, and slept for more than 2 hours. With his strong spirituality, he woke up at 8:30. He slowly washed up and changed his clothes. He went to the first floor to buy a loaf of bread with cooked chestnuts and a cup of gurgle-tree sap. As he ate, he walked to the dock. As he had already bought a return liner that departed at 9, Klein timed it and prepared to board the ship. At that moment, he saw the lady with greenish-gray eyes and the 3 male adventurers in her team. They were buying tickets at the ticket booth. The ship is about to depart. They definitely won't be able to make it for the 9. I wonder what they took from the abandoned temple that attracted an existence similar to an evil spirit last night. Don't let any accidents happen when you board the liner. Klein used his body to block the adventurer's line of sight and took out a gold coin to do a divination. The revelation he received was that the liner behind him wasn't in danger. Klein hesitated for 2 seconds and looked at the passengers waiting for the 10 o'clock liner near the ticket booth. He silently rubbed his fingers and lit the ticket in his palm. He returned to the ticket booth as though nothing had happened and spent 4 soldi to buy a ticket for the 10 o'clock liner. Following that, he went to the bathroom at the dock and went above the gray fog to quickly divine the problem he was worried about. He had thought it through very clearly. If the results showed that there was a huge latent danger, then he wouldn't take the risk of boarding the ship. Instead, he would think of a way to prevent the ship from sailing. If necessary, he would secretly destroy the ship to prevent the innocent from dying. If it was the same as the divination revelation, he would take the ship normally, just to prevent any accident. In the end, the answer was no problem. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the real world. He adjusted the position of the Murloc's bladder to the most convenient place to take it out. If an accident were to happen, this Beyonder material would be rather important in the vast sea. Beyonder materials could also be used in a basic and simple manner, just like the all-black eye that had been corrupted by the true creator. At 10 o'clock sharp, in his German Sparrow appearance, Klein picked up his suitcase and followed the group of adventurers onto the liner. Along the way, he appeared to be taking a nap or reading the outdated newspapers and magazines on the ship, but in fact, he was constantly paying attention to the lady with bluish-gray eyes and her companions. This vigilance continued all the way to the Byam harbor without any accidents. Did they solve all the problems? What did they get? Klein stopped by the side of the road and bought the latest newspaper from the newsboy. He watched the 4 adventurers leave through the corner of his eye until they disappeared. Phew! Klein decided not to think about it anymore. As long as it didn't harm the environment, he didn't care what those people had done. He was just a little curious. He lifted his suitcase and flipped through the newspapers as he walked towards Sour Lemon Street like an ordinary passerby. Suddenly, he chuckled and muttered to himself, "Donna's bounty has risen to £4,200. If this continued, he suspected that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from handing the fellow over to the Governor-General's office." Strolling back to the Wind of Azure Inn, before Klein could take out his key, he heard waves of snoring coming from inside. He didn't escape? Klein was slightly surprised, but he wasn't too surprised. He had previously tampered with the shadow cloak. As long as Donna's left, he could use divination to track him and find Vice Admiral Iceberg. Although timid, he's still cautious. Klein opened the door and entered. Seeing the jolted Donnas, he grinned. "Congratulations, Mr. £4,200. Donnas instantly sobered up to the extreme. He wanted to give a dry laugh in response, but he couldn't. At this moment, he felt that his life might be in danger. P.S. Let me remind you again. It's little coup on the character rankings, not the author rankings. Chapter 539. Donna's worries didn't come true. Klein only glanced at him before walking into his bedroom to rest. During the 5 hours on the liner, he had been in a highly tense state. Furthermore, he had been disturbed last night and hadn't slept well. It was inevitable that he was a little tired. With a thud, Klein closed the bedroom door. Phew! That scared me. Donnas relaxed and slumped into the reclining chair. Just now, the scene of him turning into a gold pound appeared in his mind. One scene after another, and he found it difficult to stop. After a period of peace, Donnas, who had fooled around in the bar until dawn before returning to the hotel, unknowingly fell asleep again. He dreamed that his captain had come to save him, but failed. Instead, he was captured by German Sparrow, giving the crazy adventurer a maid. Just as Donnas was fuming but didn't dare resist, he suddenly saw the blurry scene around him turn clear. He was fixed in the luxurious suite of the Wind of Azure Hotel. Knock, knock, knock. Donnas heard a slow and rhythmic knock on the door. Am I not dreaming? With such doubts in mind, Donnas walked to the door and turned the handle. The gap in the door widened, and he saw a familiar figure. It was a beautiful lady with a face shaped like a goose egg. She had a high nose bridge and thin lip. She had a pair of light blue eyes that were as clear as spring water. Her long brown hair was parted in the middle and tied into a simple but exquisite knot at the back of her head before it slid down smoothly. She didn't wear a hat. Instead, she wore a beige coat that was tightened at the waist. At the collar, There was a large patch of white lace woven into a palm-sized flower-shaped decoration that extended down. Paired with the coat was a dark knee-length skirt. The hem of the skirt was pleated and slightly fluffy. On her feet was a pair of leather boots that were similar to the color of her hair. "Captain!" Donnaz exclaimed. He immediately snapped out of his daze and hurriedly turned around. He took a defensive stance in the direction of German Sparrow's bedroom. "Be careful. Run. There's a lunatic looking for you. There's a terrorist organization behind him." As his feelings of sacrifice gushed out, Donnaz heard his captain say calmly, "This is a dream." "Dream? That's right, I'm dreaming. What's there to be afraid of?" Donnaz looked around, retracted his arms, and retreated as he turned. "Captain, did you imitate the ability of a nightmare?" "No, you were near Sonia Island last week." Sonia Island was the largest island in these waters, and it was also where the name Sonia Sea came from. It was almost equivalent to a small continent, and it was originally the only place where elves resided after the cataclysm. But with the passage of time, this ancient Beyonder race was plagued by all kinds of factors and gradually perished. Only the occasional, sporadic appearance proved that they hadn't been completely wiped out. At the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Ruan kingdom occupied the island, but in the 20-Year War, they suffered a crushing defeat and handed Sonia Island to the Fasak Empire. It had been more than 700 years since then. Sonia Island was located north-northwest of the Rorstad archipelago. It took nearly half a month to reach by boat. It was impossible for Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwards, who was near Sonia Island last week, to arrive in Byam this week unless she could fly or use the spirit world to traverse. The beautiful lady whom Donnaz addressed as Captain nodded. "We just entered the Rorstad archipelago, 1,000 nautical miles from Byam. That also means that we still need another 3 to 4 days to arrive?" "That's normal," Donnaz said out of curiosity. "This should already exceed the range of a nightmare? Furthermore, it far exceeds it," he added inwardly. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina entered the room and walked to the table and chairs. "It's not a nightmare. It's a secret ritualistic magic. With the help of certain items you left on the ship, it can enter your dream from a great distance away." Upon hearing the captain's meticulous explanation, Donnaz instantly felt like he had returned to the Golden Dream and was beginning a lesson. "I've never heard of such ritualistic magic before." "That's right. Captain has grasped many strange and rare spells and witchcraft. No one knows how much knowledge she has. She seems to have mentioned that her sequence title is Arcana Mentor. Sigh, if I had known that she had such a mystic spell, I wouldn't have been vexed over how to inform her of the changes in Byam." Donnaz's thoughts were in turmoil as he interrupted Edwina's description. "Captain, have you noticed that there's a problem with the contact point here?" "Yes, it's another kind of mystic spell." Edwina seemed inclined to describe the exact method in detail. Upon seeing this, Donnaz hurriedly sighed. "Poor old Lynn and the rest." Edwina stopped, her back facing the window, and she simply asked, "What happened?" "This needs to begin from Demir Harbor." Donnaz felt his mind jolt. He felt that his long-repressed feelings had finally paid off. He described in a long-winded manner how he had attempted to recruit German Sparrow, only to realize that he was a lunatic. He also exaggerated his tragic encounter on the White Agate. According to the script he had prepared last night, he described the strangeness and horror of Bansi Harbor, Steel Mavadi's ambush and encirclement, and the counterattack and hunt after he joined forces with German Sparrow. He also seriously elaborated on his guesses of German Sparrow's abilities and background, including creeping hunger and the secret and powerful organization. During this process, he tried his best to restore the truth, only slightly exaggerating the role he played. He raised his status from servant and attendant to assistant and collaborator. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina listened silently, without interrupting him. Finally, she nodded slightly. "He means no harm." "Him?" German Sparrow doesn't have any ill intentions? Danitz hurriedly said, That's right. Captain, no matter what, he is a dangerous guy. Are you sure he means no harm? I'm not sure, Edwina replied very calmly. Then just now, Danitz took a silent breath. He felt that the captain was similar to the German Sparrow. They were the type that couldn't be talked to properly. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina said with an unperturbed expression, That's right. That's my speculation and judgment. Danitz rubbed his temples with his right hand. In short, he's very dangerous. There's a secret organization behind him that we don't know about. Captain, I don't think you should take the risk of communicating with him, even if he claims that he has something to ask. Edwina thought for a moment. There's no need to take risks. I can communicate with him through you. Danitz heaved a sigh of relief, then asked curiously and expectantly, Captain, what should we do? Or, how should I cooperate with you? Edwina raised her right hand and conjured a frame and a blackboard in the dream. I need you to hold a ritual. It's called the Soulfall Ritual. It allows my psyche to pass through the spirit world and attach itself to your body, allowing me to directly communicate with German Sparrow. The effective range doesn't exceed 500 nautical miles for those below the demigod level. It involves reason and communication. It belongs to the domain of the god of knowledge and wisdom. You need to draw the corresponding symbols and magical labels. In mysticism, the corresponding blue star is the god of knowledge and wisdom. It requires mercury, brass, lavender, pepper, and mint as materials. The blue star corresponds to Saturday. The blue star time is from midnight to 1 on Friday, and from 11 to 12 on Saturday. As Edwina explained, she wrote down the key points that needed to be remembered on the blackboard. Danitz instinctively sat down and adopted a posture of attentively listening to the lesson. As he listened, he suddenly felt a little lost. Why do I have to learn even in my dreams? In the bedroom, the sleeping Klein suddenly jolted awake, vaguely sensing something. He got up and listened attentively. He discovered that although Danitz was snoring in the living room, it was a lot calmer than before. This wasn't a strange behavior, but to a veteran in mysticism like Klein, who had experienced many things, it was abnormal enough. He walked softly to the door that separated the bedroom and the living room. He reached out to grab the handle and slowly twisted it. Silently, Klein walked out of the bedroom and saw Danitz lying on a reclining chair, sleeping soundly. Everything around him was as normal as before. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision and checked on Blazing, but he didn't discover any problems. Be it the color of the aura or the changes in its emotions, there was nothing abnormal about it. It was within a reasonable range. After looking down for a while, Klein frowned slightly and reached out to take out a silver charm. Dream charm. In the dream, Danitz studied the Soulfall Ritual with a bitter expression. He didn't suspect that the captain in front of him was someone else in disguise. No one could impersonate such a style, such hobbies, and such specialties. At this moment, he heard the sound of a lock turning. Subconsciously, Danitz looked back at the bedroom and saw the crack in the door widen. German Sparrow, who was wearing only a white shirt, walked out with a deadpan expression. You? Why did you come out? Danitz suddenly stood up and blurted out in shock. He quickly snapped to his senses and stammered, This is my dream. He quickly snapped out of his daze and stammered, This is my dream. Why did this fellow, German Sparrow, appear just like that? With one hand in the pocket of his dark-colored trousers, Klein walked towards the lady with her back facing the window. He replied in a deep voice, a charm. Following that, he looked straight at the woman and asked with near certainty, Edwina Edwards? This attire is a little strange. She doesn't look like an adventurer, nor does she look like a pirate. She looks like a woman who has a respectable job and is able to support herself independently. This style of clothing seems to have been passed down from Intis. Klein thought, feeling a little unaccustomed to it. Edwina nodded gently and returned with a question. German sparrow? Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am. Klein revealed a smile bit by bit as he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Edwina nodded in response. Good afternoon. Maintaining his persona, Klein didn't say another word as he waited for her to ask his motives. He looked at Edwina. Edwina looked back at him. A few minutes of silence suddenly appeared in the dream. Donna's looked to the right and to the left from time to time. For some baffling reason, he felt that all of this might really be a dream. P.S. There's only one draft left. There's no way to update it in the wee hours of the morning. Let's stick to the usual time. Yes, but please recommend it next Monday. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 540. Donnas, who couldn't stand such a scene, decided to do something. He coughed twice and said to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, Don't worry. Captain, Mr. German Sparrow has some questions for you. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. If the confrontation continued, his persona would be ruined. Edwina nodded slightly and looked at Klein. Mr. Sparrow, have you received any education? What kind of question was that? Klein's expression didn't change. I graduated from university. Huh? Donnas looked at the German Sparrow in shock, unable to believe that this crazy adventurer and bounty hunter had actually gone to college and even graduated. He had no way of associating a university, the Temple of Knowledge, with the German Sparrow, unless it's Hunter University, Assassin University, or a university that only exists in the imagination of lunatics and mental patients. Donnas couldn't help but criticize silently. Edwina didn't see anything amiss as she continued asking. What languages have you mastered? Klein resisted the urge to frown. Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, Ancient Hermes, Ancient Fasak, Ruan. Edwina tersely acknowledged. Do you have any understanding of other fields of mysticism? In a trance, Klein seemed to have returned to the time when he first entered elementary school in his previous life. Because he was too young, he was tested by the teacher with a series of questions, such as how many Chinese characters did he know? Did he learn the 4 basic operations? Did he know the English alphabet? How many Tang poems could he memorize? Calm down. You're German Sparrow now, Klein said expressionlessly again, proficient. Edwina thought for 2 seconds and explained in an unhurried manner, That's right. I have to consider how to answer the question based on your knowledge level so that you can understand it more easily. This. Klein was shocked. He felt that the beautiful lady in front of him did not look like an adventurer who moonlighted as a pirate at all. She was simply a teacher with a cold expression but a kind and patient attitude. When he thought about the vampires who visited the Church of Mother Earth every day, he calmed down. This is the first pirate admiral I've officially met. He's really unique. Klein sighed inwardly. First question, where do beyonder creatures appear at sea? Very much. He didn't directly ask about mermaids, afraid that Vice Admiral Iceberg would see through his true motives and bring about unnecessary accidents. Edwina thought for a moment and wiped off the soulfall ritual on the blackboard. If you sail 1,200 nautical miles from Sonia Island, you will enter a sea that has never been officially explored by humans. There's a Naga tribe active there. They've been working hard to find the undersea city that's rumored to be sealed with a powerful monster. That's the object of their worship, Edwina spoke one by one. Some of it was what she had discovered while searching for treasures, while others came from the exchange of knowledge and rumors. It took her a while to finish the story, but to Klein's dismay, there was no legend of mermaids in other places except for the sea east of the Gargas archipelago. He quickly adjusted his mood and said, Second question, do you know of a way to remove the mental corruption of a beyonder characteristic? He didn't hide the fact that he knew of beyonder characteristics. For the first time, Edwina's eyes flickered, as though she was getting to know German Sparrow all over again. She shook her head. I don't know. But I once had an idea. With the help of powerful external forces, I can completely shatter the corrupted beyonder characteristic, reducing it to the tiniest point of light. This way, be it corruption or curses, they will dissipate due to losing their host, quickly or slowly disappearing. As for the shattered beyonder characteristic, it will gather bit by bit and take form again based on a particular characteristic. Unfortunately, only the gods can do such a thing. If you receive the blessings of any deity, you can attempt to please them. Offer sufficient sacrifices and pray for a response. The law of beyonder characteristic convergence. Klein filled in what Edwina hadn't mentioned. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. This Vice Admiral Iceberg, the captain of the Golden Dream, was extremely knowledgeable in mysticism. She wasn't inferior to him, who had read many of Roselle's diaries and experienced many things. Rumor has it that Vice Admiral Iceberg can replicate or simulate the beyonder powers an opponent has used in front of her. This is very similar to Mr. Eichinger Stanton's 2-081 ring. Just as Klein's thoughts wandered, he forcefully pulled them back. He nodded as though he was considering something. I agree with this hypothesis. Unfortunately, it hasn't been put into practice. It can only be a hypothesis. Edwina rarely used words to express her emotions. Donis, who had been listening by the side, had a blank look on his face. He couldn't keep up with the pace. What are they talking about? What are they discussing? Why do I know every word, but I don't understand what they mean when they're put together? What's a beyonder characteristic? What's the situation with shattering? What does convergence represent? Donis looked left and right as his eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Klein threw out the third question he had considered. Where are the ancient, vengeful spirits? He only mentioned this type of monster because the corresponding materials could also be used in the undead domain without exposing the secrets of his own sequence. Edwina glanced at Donis. I'll keep an eye out for you. If you want to participate in Byam's Beyonder gathering, he knows a little and can take you there. Not bad, it's so easy to talk to smart people. Klein added, do you know of anyone who can use Beyonder ingredients or characteristics to create mystical items? I met him at the party, but he never showed up again. Edwina answered frankly. I have the corresponding knowledge, and can attempt a simulation, but I can't guarantee the success rate. Then I'll wait for a while. Klein didn't dwell on this topic anymore. How much do you know about Death's Key? I don't know. An iron-black key suddenly appeared in Edwina's hand. It was about the size of a 7-string zither. It looked ancient and had a dark luster. The pirate admiral half-hugged and half-carried the sunken ship's relic. If you're talking about this key, I can tell you with certainty that it belongs to a giant. Klein glanced at Donis. Your bosun told me that it might also belong to a dragon or a demonic wolf. That was my earliest guess. I recently found some historical documents, and together with the other items on the ship, I have a preliminary confirmation. Edwina wasn't vexed at all. She was filled with patience, but her expression remained cold. Donis finally found his sense of existence as the owner of the dream. He asked curiously, Captain, is it really a giant? Yes. Edwina gave an affirmative answer. That batch of documents shows that there were still many giants active in the Fourth Epoch. Some of them converted to the god of combat, while others were scattered everywhere, becoming the targets of humans. One of the tribes built a ship and attempted to head out to sea in search of the lost giant king's court, but they never returned. The sunken ship we discovered and the items inside are extremely similar to the ancient items they left behind in their original settlement. Therefore, we have sufficient reason to believe that the key belongs to a giant, and it might very well point to the lost king's court before the cataclysm. Giant king's court? Little Sun said that it's not far from their city of silver. Klein didn't say a word as he quietly listened to Vice Admiral Iceberg's description. I have to say that the City of Silver and the Forsaken Land of the Gods are things that completely surpass other Beyonders in my knowledge. Yes, even the 7 Orthodox deities are unable to find that place at present. It's difficult for them to figure out the exact situation. On this point, I'm better than them, Klein thought in a smug and self-deprecating manner. He then said in a deep voice, "If I pay a sufficient price, are you willing to sell this key?" "Of course, unless I obtain other clues to the Giant King's court." Edwina continued speaking at an unhurried pace. "Very good. If Taro were to organize an expedition to the Giant King's court one day, I'll buy this key." Klein was about to ask the final question when he suddenly recalled the 4 adventurers he had previously encountered. With the power of the dream charm, he conjured a lady with bluish-gray eyes and a man's shirt, as well as her 3 companions. "Do you know them?" Edwina took a glance and said without recalling the process, "Letitia Dolera." Letitia Dolera, an archaeologist and adventurer. Rumor has it that she's a member of the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn. Moses Ascetic Order. That ancient organization that believes in the hidden sage. Indeed, it's not for money. Their goal must be something inside the abandoned temple. Klein casually asked, "What do you know about the Element Dawn?" "What do you know about the Element Dawn?" This mysterious organization was similar to psychological alchemy. It had only been around a century or 2 ago, and it was a combination of elements from various schools of mysticism. It had its own set of theories, and its members were all good at casting spells and grasped many ancient witchcraft. Edwina pursed her lips and said, "They have always been fighting against the Moses Ascetic Order. Rumor has it that it was established by Roselle the Great's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. The leader of the Element Dawn is Bernadette? Zaratul's prophecy is rather accurate. She's really an important figure in the Beyonder world." Klein came to a realization as he sighed. He held back the urge to sigh and looked at Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. He calmly said, "One last question." When the beautiful lady and blazing Danitz focused all their attention on him, the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. "Are you interested in cooperating?" "What kind of cooperation?" Edwina returned with a question. The smile on Klein's face widened, and there was a hint of madness to it. "Hunting, Admiral of Blood. P.S. Monday's recommendation votes and monthly vote. Chapter 541. What? Hunt Admiral of Blood?" Donis almost raised his right hand to pick his ear. His first reaction was that he had misheard. But German Sparrow's maniacal smile and his captain's unusual frown reminded him that what he said just now was true. This crazy German Sparrow really dared to dream. This was one of the 7 great pirate admirals. A character like Steele Mavady definitely couldn't compare to him. Donna's pupils shrank, and he was almost screaming in his heart. Ignoring how powerful Admiral of Blood Senor was, just the powerful pirates and famous pirates under him were enough to strike fear into people's hearts. The first mate, third mate, and the captains of the various ships were all capable of independently leading a large pirate crew. Steele Mavady had brought Byam's team, and there were quite a number of them in the Blood Pirates. Back when Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings died silently in Bakeland like a stray dog, it was mainly because he wasn't with his pirate crew. As for Admiral of Blood Senor, he was different. He rarely left his flagship or his subordinate. Even if we return to Senor's personal strength, he is still extremely terrifying. He is mysterious, strange, and one of the strongest in the sea, second only to the 4 kings. Even the captain doesn't dare to say that he is stronger than him. The madman's boldness is beyond my imagination. No, he doesn't know fear at all. The death and replacement of a pirate admiral was definitely something that would shake the 5 seas. Thoughts flashed through Donna's mind, but in the end, he strangely calmed down. This was because he remembered that German Sparrow himself was a powerhouse of the 7 generals, and there might be a secret terrorist organization behind him. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina fell silent for a few seconds. Do you know the Rose School? Not only do I know, I've also killed their people and snatched their mystical items. Wait, why did I describe myself as a baddie? Klein wiped away his smile and said without batting an eyelid, That's right. I've hunted their members. Edwina fell silent again. Beside her, Donna's once again had thoughts like, what are they talking about? What is Rose School? Where am I, and whose dream is this? After a brief moment of silence, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina said, After the battle with Vice Admiral Dusk's pirates, Senor's fleet disappeared. No one knows where they are at the moment, so we have to wait patiently. Did that mean he agreed? Klein smiled again. I do not lack this. How do I contact you? Edwina turned to look at Donna's. He knows how to contact me. Me? Soulfall ritual? Wait a minute, Captain. You mean I have to follow that lunatic Gairman Sparrow during this period of time? No. No one knew when this fellow would go crazy. Danitz shuddered and hurriedly said, That's right. Captain, I've already left the Golden Dream for too long. I've missed too many lessons. I can't wait to return. He tried his best to make his eyes appear sincere and filled them with a thirst for knowledge. I think we can change to someone else, such as Iron Skin or Bucket. Before he finished his sentence, Edwina suddenly raised her right hand and pressed it against her ear. She turned her head slightly and said without any expression, What are you talking about? I can't hear it. Roselle's dream materializing spell is approaching its limits. The pirate admiral's skirt fluttered as she took a step back. Her figure quickly faded away, turning into fragments of light. Donna's subsequent words were stuck in his throat. He extended his right hand in an attempt to grab something, but he was powerless to do so. Roselle's dream materializing spell? The Emperor's presence in mysticism knowledge is also very strong. Vice Admiral Iceberg's full name is Edwina Edwards. Edwards? Isn't that the surname of one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Descendant? However, Vice Admiral Iceberg's tone indicates that she isn't familiar with the Emperor's eldest daughter, Bernadette. They might not even know each other. Klein glanced at Donna's, whose expression had completely collapsed, and chuckled. Perhaps one day, I'll call you Mr. 10,000 pounds. Donnas straightened his back in fright before seeing German Sparrow's figure disappear from his dream. If I'm only a sequence 7 and have a bounty of 7 to 8,000 pounds, I'll be targeted by others no matter where I go. Donnas paused in his dream as his head ached the more he thought about it. In the evening, Donnas looked at the German Sparrow, who was dressed like a native. We're visiting a local faction today. Perhaps we might find something good there. Heh, they have quite the demand for Beyonder ingredients, food, and weapons. At this point, Donnas sized up German Sparrow and smiled after finding a rare psychological advantage. Their area is filled with natives, and there aren't even many mixed bloods. They'll be discovered if their attire is slightly abnormal. It's fine for you to match your wide-legged pants with a brown jacket, but you can't wear a shirt underneath. The real natives wear Taraba shirts, which are similar to Sea Soul shirts, but they're all blue or white. They don't wear caps, headscarves, or anything else. Also, with your obvious Ruan appearance, you'll be met with severe rejection and hostility. You're like a wolf that has infiltrated a flock of sheep, completely unable to conceal your existence. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw German Sparrow turn his head and glance at him. His deep facial features quickly softened, and his fair skin was instantly dyed bronze. In just a single movement, he had undoubtedly become a native without any special characteristics. Donnas was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he laughed dryly as if nothing had happened. I'm the same. I have to disguise myself. Your disguise? Heh. Klein took off his cap and sat on a chair. What local faction? They're actually buying Beyonder ingredients, food and weapons? Ahem, to put it simply, the resistance. Donnas suddenly wasn't sure if German Sparrow and the Rouen officials had any sort of connection. Klein was taken aback for a second. The resistance? Donnas smiled awkwardly. They're the ones who shout about independence. The natives are in charge of local affairs. Their base is deep in the jungle, above the sea. They cooperate with many pirates and adventurers. Of course, they're mainly supported by Phasacians and Intis. Missionaries from the god of combat and the eternal blazing sun often sneak over. Byam isn't too peaceful. Only after leaving the kingdom and coming to the sea did Klein truly understand what the international situation was. It wasn't something that could be compared to reading about the war in East Balam from the newspapers. He nodded slightly and didn't object to paying a visit to the local faction. After leaving the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein was led through the streets and alleys by the black-faced Donnas as they headed southeast. After leaving the earliest confines of the City of Generosity, they entered a zone with completely different architectural styles. There were houses that were erected with wooden stakes, and the ground floors were empty. There were 3 to 4-story buildings that had evolved from Loanese-style buildings. The roads that separated them were narrow and dirty, with a large number of stalls on both sides. They sold all kinds of headwear, earrings, and accessories made of stone. Among them, bright red and colorful ones were the most common. What a bunch of strange people with strange aesthetics. They like especially bright colors, just like the venomous snakes in the jungle, Donnas mumbled softly. You people with Intis aren't any better. You advocate the color gold, luxury, and exquisiteness. It's obvious that you're a nouveau riche. Klein lampooned inwardly. They passed by dark-skinned, thin, and shriveled natives, passing through alleys with clothes hanging on their heads. Suddenly, the area in front of them opened up as they arrived at a square that wasn't too big. On the square, a group of natives surrounded a pool in the middle. They were either kneeling, prostrating, mumbling, or singing softly. Their expressions were pious but numb. The moment they sensed someone approaching, they suddenly got up and ran into the surrounding alleys in a panic. The windows on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the surrounding buildings closed with a bang. The square turned rather quiet, but Klein's spiritual perception told him that many people were behind the windows, at the corners of the alleys, and in dark corners, watching the strangers who had suddenly barged into this world. Donnas lowered his head and suppressed his voice. Don't mind them. This is their way of protecting themselves. Klein expressed his puzzlement. Donnas chuckled. Before it was completely colonized, the natives of the Rorstad archipelago had always believed in sea god Cavituous. They believed that this deity, who often appeared in the form of a gigantic sea serpent, protected all the islands here to prevent them from being engulfed by earthquakes and tsunamis. Now, this belief has been banned on the surface. The Church of the Storm has also been cracking down on heretics. Even the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam are unable to expand their influence here. There are only a few cathedrals. But in fact, how can such a belief that has existed for hundreds or even thousands of years be eliminated so easily? There are still many believers of Sea God in Byam, Blue Mountain Island, and the Rorstad Sea. Even if a batch of people is captured every month or two and sentenced to all kinds of extreme punishment, it's impossible to reverse the situation in a short period of time. The main pillar of the resistance is the believers of Sea God. In my opinion, it'll take at least another 100 years for the Sea God's faith to completely disappear. Of course, that's assuming that there are no other factors interfering. Sea God Cavituous. His image is a gigantic sea serpent. Klein listened in thought as he followed Donnas into a 4-story building in front of him on the right. They followed the narrow staircase to the top floor. Dong dong dong. Donnas knocked on the door on his left. Who is it? Someone asked in a low voice. Donnas chuckled in response. Friends who brought good wine and roasted meat. Where? The person inside asked a strange question. Donnas took a step back. On the sea. Creek. The door slowly opened and Klein saw a naked arm. There was a blue, ferocious sea serpent tattooed on his arm. P.S. Looking for monthly recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 542. Standing behind the door was a bare-chested man with a ferocious blue sea snake tattooed on his arm. On both sides of his cheeks, chest, and abdomen were short stripes smeared with red paint, in groups of 3. How exotic! But aren't you afraid of being too conspicuous and being stopped by the police the moment you leave? You are the resistance army that operates in secret. Just as Klein was about to retract his gaze, he nearly frowned when he saw the man's coarse eyebrows and cold-blooded eyes. He's killed many people. Klein made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition. To be frank, due to his identity and knowledge from his previous life, he initially had a lot of sympathy for the rebels of colonial rule. He didn't have the self-awareness of being a Ruan, but when he heard that the other party and sea god Cavituous's believers almost overlapped, he became more wary and repulsed. This wasn't to say that he was discriminating against the local faith, but according to his understanding, the traditional faith of all colonial islands remained at the primitive sacrificial stage. They advocated blood and living sacrifices, and they were in a rather ignorant state. In addition, based on the Emperor's experience and my own, this world's beyonder nature has crazy and distorted elements. A deity that's still in the primitive sacrificial stage can't resist such tendencies. It's obvious what his style is. Klein didn't say a word as he followed Doniz into the room. Edmonton, who's here? A mellow voice sounded from a seat by the window. The tattooed man closed the door and said, "They've disguised themselves." At this moment, Klein had already taken in the situation in the room and gained a basic grasp of the situation. The living room wasn't big. It was cramped with a cabinet, a table, and a few chairs. On the right were 2 doors that led to what appeared to be a bedroom. On the left was a kitchen, separated by a cabinet. As for a bathroom, there was no doubt that it didn't have one. When Klein went upstairs, he discovered that there was a public bathroom at the corner of each floor's staircase. The smell of something that hadn't been washed in a long time emanated, urging the passers-by to quickly head upstairs. There was a window right in front of him, with 2 bamboo poles sticking out of it to dry a lot of clothes. At the door of the bedroom and in the living room, there were 4 or 5 men standing or sitting. They were all locals with darker skin and slightly curly black hair. They wore dark blue taraba shirts and had more or less red paint smeared on their exposed skin. As for the sea snake tattoo, Klein couldn't see it because it was blocked by their clothes. Some of them had revolvers on their waists, some were carrying brownish-red hunting rifles, and some were even carrying grayish-white steel backpacks and long, thick high-pressure steam rifles. They formed a semicircle around Doniz and Klein. The person who asked the question was a man in his 40s, sitting in an iron wheelchair. He had a blanket on his knees and was wearing a jacket. He had a shaved head and a green beard grew on both sides of his cheeks. His dark brown eyes were reserved and seemed to be emotionless. He glanced at the visitor and slowly revealed a smile. Raging flames. Doniz was stunned for a moment before he forced a smile. Kalat, you have a good eye. Bullshit. Is my disguise really that bad? He roared inwardly, unwilling to accept it. Kalat ignored Raging Flames' insincere praise and chuckled. I heard you killed Steel and Blood Brambles? Why else would they die? Doniz asked without hesitation. Kalat narrowed his eyes and slowly shifted his gaze to Klein, who had an ordinary face. He knew very well that Raging Flames Doniz alone wouldn't even be able to kill Blood Brambles Hendry, much less Steel Mavady. For him to succeed, it was rumored that he had obtained the help of a powerful adventurer and veteran bounty hunter. Is it the person beside him? Kalat stared into Klein's eyes and didn't find any nervousness, worry, or wariness. His eyes were like a deep ocean. It's very likely that he's at least stronger than Raging Flames. He signaled to Edmonton and the others with his eyes, secretly raising their guard. What are you doing here? Kalat didn't dwell on the previous topic. Danitz subconsciously glanced at Klein, and after seeing his affirmative nod, he replied, "That's right. Let's see what you have." Kalat pointed at the table. "It's all up there." There were many oddly shaped objects placed there, including a whistle made of bones, a simple and crude bagpipe, iron-black leaves, stones stained with blood. Without waiting for Klein and Donis to examine it, Kalat clapped his hands. "I have a mission. If you can complete it, you can freely choose an item from here without paying any price." He chuckled and added, "According to the definition of foreigners like you, they aren't mystical items, but they have some supernatural powers. However, they will slowly, yes, not too slowly, weaken until they disappear." "What mission?" Klein asked calmly, not hiding the fact that Donis was only a follower. Kalat reached into the blanket on his knees and took out a stack of white paper. "Find their whereabouts. If you can directly capture them, you will obtain even more." He raised his arms and began to display a lifelike portrait. One of them was a lady with greenish-gray eyes and a man's shirt. Letitia Dolera. Klein immediately recognized the person the Resistance was looking for. It was the female archaeologist and adventurer he had met last night and was on the same ship this morning. She was suspected to be a member of the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn. Donis looked at her carefully for 2 seconds and found her vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he recalled where he had seen her before. The German sparrow beside him had shown it in his dream. He had just questioned the captain in the afternoon, and he had encountered a related incident at night. Isn't this intelligence-gathering ability a little too powerful? Donis resisted the urge to look at the crazy adventurer beside him, afraid that Kalat and Edmonton would discover something amiss. In this regard, he was very experienced. The Resistance who believes in Sea God is searching for Letitia. The faith of Sea God is spread throughout the Rørsted archipelago, including Simim Island. A snake appeared last night. The image of Sea God is a gigantic sea serpent. Klein overlapped the two matters and quickly came to a preliminary conclusion. Archaeologist Letitia and company had obtained an important item related to Sea God from a forgotten temple in the primitive jungle of Simim Island. This led to last night's probe and the Resistance's search. Klein thought for a moment and replied perfunctorily, "I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out. I won't meddle in matters related to evil spirits. Of course, if necessary, I'll report it," he added inwardly. Kalat nodded. "Let's see what you want first." Klein walked over, and just as he was about to pick and ask, he suddenly sensed something and subconsciously looked to the right of the pile of items. There was a short sword made of slender bone. It was slightly longer than a forearm, and it was milky white in color with a few deep dark red stripes. "It can trigger my spiritual perception." Klein reached out his right hand and tried to pick up the sharp-boned sword to examine it carefully. As soon as his fingers touched the boned sword, cries of despair and pain suddenly echoed in his mind. A thick stench of blood vaguely appeared at the tip of his nose, and it was as if he could see a distorted, rotten, illusory figure wrapped in mucus in front of him. Klein felt a pain in his forehead, as though he had been pricked by a needle. He subconsciously retracted his finger. "It's a little sinister. It's not a simple item." Klein, who had experienced it more intensely, only had a slight change in expression. He resisted the urge to activate his spirit vision, afraid that he would see something he shouldn't. Upon noticing this scene, Kalat and Edmonton looked at each other and said with a smile, "This bone sword can suck the enemy's blood dry. This bone sword can suck the enemy's blood dry. Not bad. Do you want it?" "A little proactive." Klein frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows and said in a deep voice, "No, there's nothing I want here." If Kalat hadn't asked, he had planned on buying the bone sword and studying it above the gray fog. However, Kalat's initiative to promote it made him wary. Therefore, he rationally gave up on his original plan. Kalat clasped his hands and said, "It's not expensive. Or should I look at the others?" "No need. Klein's pupils constricted. He turned around and walked to the door. Donna's hesitated for a moment before hurrying to catch up. Edmonton, who had a sea serpent tattoo on his arm, watched silently, as if he would reach out to stop them at any moment, but in the end, he didn't take any action. He was the powerful adventurer who had killed Steele Mavady, Blood Brambles Hendry, and company. After exiting the room, Klein didn't say a word and stomped down the stairs. Donnas chased after him, inexplicably frightened. He understood the situation and didn't ask any questions. All he did was follow. The two quickly returned to the square, and the crowd that had gathered once again, either kneeling or prostrating, dispersed again. But unlike before, there was a man who remained kneeling on the ground, motionless. Klein didn't look sideways as he walked past him without stopping. Donnas subconsciously took a glance and discovered that the man's face was as dry as a rock that had been weathered for a long time. A piece of flesh on the man's cheek suddenly peeled off, bringing with it a piece of bearded skin. It fell to the ground, its color gray. He seemed to have lost all his moisture. Donnas jumped in fright and didn't dare look around again. He felt that things had become strange and dangerous at some point in time. The two passed through the streets, left the city, and boarded a rental carriage. The carriage driver was clearly a local native. He was in his 40s, and his smile was very likable. But along the way, he didn't say a word. He was so quiet that it made Donna's heart beat like a drum. Klein pursed his lips and remained silent as well. The rental carriage soon arrived at the dock. As he wanted to change his attire, Donnas made it stop far away from Sour Lemon Street. After getting off the carriage, Klein didn't pay the fare or stop. He strode away, leaving Donnas stunned. He threw two solely to the carriage driver and hurriedly chased after the German Sparrow. After a few steps, he subconsciously looked back and saw the carriage driver kneeling down with a face full of fanaticism and devotion. He prostrated himself on the ground and kissed the spot Klein had just stepped on as tears flowed down his face. Chapter 543. What's going on? Donnas couldn't believe what he was seeing. It didn't shock him. Instead, it terrified him. It was as if he had jumped into a bucket of ice cubes after getting drunk. He felt a bone-chilling coldness from his feet to his head. What's going on? How did it become so strange? Donnas took a deep breath and forced himself to turn his head back. He chased after German Sparrow. He realized that the crazy adventurer was walking faster and faster, to the point that he had to jog to keep up. Passing through the streets and alleys, Donnas suddenly saw a green shadow fall from a tree. It was covered in scales and twisted its slippery body. It had a triangular head and a long, scarlet tongue. It was a rather long venomous snake. **T. Why would there be snakes in this season and in this weather? Donnas wasn't afraid of such creatures. He had even roasted snake meat before. What shocked him was this abnormal situation. Bypassing the venomous snake, Donnas subconsciously looked to his left and right. He discovered that in the gutters on both sides, in the broken walls of the houses, and inside the rusted water pipes, there were pairs of cold, vertical, and different-colored eyes looking outside. Donnas instinctively shuddered. He felt as if his scalp had been pricked with needles. He didn't dare stay or leave. He sped up again and followed closely behind German Sparrow. After entering the Wind of Azure Hotel and going up the wooden stairs, he couldn't help but raise his head to ask something. Suddenly, he felt his chest tighten, and his breathing stagnated for a moment. At that moment, he felt as if he had dived into the bottom of the sea. He was being squeezed by a heavy current from all directions. Splash! Vaguely, Donnas heard the sound of the surging tide. He saw illusory waves rippling around German Sparrow, as if they were forming a boundless, bottomless blue ocean. In that ocean, there was a huge, blue figure that was like a tower supporting everything. Donna's right foot stopped in midair, unable to step down. He wasn't unfamiliar with such a feeling. During the previous pirate meet, King of the Five Seas Nast was even more imposing and terrifying than this. Nearly all the pirates couldn't lift their heads, and only captain-level powerhouses could barely resist him. Donnaz knew very well that this was not the performance of the German Sparrow. If the other party was at the level of a demigod, there was no need for him to use the mandated punishers when hunting steel mavati. Ocean. Tide. These two terms quickly flashed across Donnaz's mind before he thought of how the resistance basically believed in sea god Cavituous. Could it be that when the German Sparrow touched the bone sword earlier, he was cursed by the sea god due to some unknown reason? Was the corpse of the worshipper, which had lost all its water, one of the conditions for the curse to be activated? Was the carriage driver prostrating and kissing the ground because he sensed the aura of the sea god? Man, German Sparrow will probably die here today. Should I flee further away to prevent myself from being implicated? At most, I'll come back later to collect his corpse, perhaps there's still hope. I'll use the soulfall ritual to consult Captain. She knows so many strange mystic techniques, so she should be able to resolve this problem. No, Lord, the condition for the soulfall ritual is to be within 500 nautical miles. They still have to sail for at least a day and a half to enter that range. As he racked his brains for a solution, Donnaz no longer panicked. With steady footsteps, he followed the German Sparrow into the luxurious suite. Klein remained silent as his dark brown eyes seemed to be dyed with a blue so rich that it was almost black. He went straight to the bedroom and locked the door with a click. Donnaz stood outside. He wanted to run, but he also felt that he could still save the other party. Inside the bedroom, Klein closed his eyes and waited for an opportunity. Suddenly, he took 4 steps counterclockwise. Each step was accompanied by a chant. A series of manic or sharp ravings quickly sounded in his ears. His spirit body turned illusory as it headed straight into the gray fog. Soundlessly, he heard a shrill, painful, and indescribable howl. Klein appeared in the ancient palace and appeared at the end of the long mottled table. In the silent and motionless gray fog below, an illusory, gigantic azure-blue sea snake appeared. It was in an ancient and dark ruin, coiled around a half-collapsed pillar. Its hideous head was raised as it opened its bloody mouth, revealing curved fangs that were longer than a human's forearm. The milky white fangs were stacked with layers of blood as mucus flowed. The sea snake swung its tail crazily, stirring up terrifying waves and exaggerated ripples. It caused the entire ruin to shake as though it was about to collapse. This scene quickly shattered and dimmed. No matter how the unimaginably large sea snake struggled, it was unable to turn the situation around. All it could do was hiss in pain as it transformed into specks of light before vanishing into the gray fog. Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool and silently watched all of this. He didn't do anything for a long time. The gray fog silently spread out, and the scene seemed to remain the same since time immemorial. After nearly a minute, Klein leaned back in his chair, sighed, and said the other party's name. Sea god Cavituous. After touching the bone sword, he had already sensed the abnormality. Furthermore, in his conversation with Baldy Kalat, he acutely discovered that a tiny, weak, but intrinsically cold and sinister energy had invaded his body at some point in time. It was slowly corrupting his soul. Klein made a prompt decision and turned to leave. Then, he sensed that the sinister energy was forming a connection with his surroundings. It gradually became stronger and connected to an unknown location. Therefore, while diverting his attention to resist the corruption, he controlled himself to not interact with his surroundings. Klein believed that as long as he reacted to the abnormalities along the way, the corrosion would become even more intense and even irreversible. He originally wanted to find a nearby bathroom and use the gray fog's shielding and isolation to melt away the sinister and cold powers. However, after careful consideration, he decided to stay far away from the area. This was because there were many sea god believers around, so it was very likely that an accident would happen. During this process, Klein grasped another point. If he were to exorcise ahead of time, a portion of sea god Cavituous's power would remain in his flesh and blood. The consequences and effects were unknown. He had no choice but to patiently wait for the opportunity, waiting for the cold and evil energy to completely permeate his spirit so that he could purify it in one go. After recalling the entire incident, Klein tapped the edge of the table with his finger and muttered to himself, "He's not that strong." The sea god's level was much lower than he had imagined. His original plan was to use the same method he had used on Amon's avatar to deal with sea god Cavituous's projection, which was attempting to corrupt his soul and occupy his body. However, before he could fuse with the Dark Emperor card or throw out the paper angel, the other party had been dispersed by the gray fog without leaving a trace. Based on this, Klein came to the conclusion that sea god Cavituous's level was lower than Blasphemer Amon's. Although the latter might be better at infiltration, it was only an avatar back then. Was it smashed to the ground by the Lord of Storms, or was it a demigod that wasn't at the angel level and was only a relatively powerful demigod that could respond to believers within a certain range? Klein recalled in puzzlement and discovered that sea god Cavituous's condition was rather abnormal. The foundation of this evil spirit's existence is rather weak, as if it could collapse at any moment. Furthermore, it and the ruins it was in have the feeling of fusing with the spirit world. It's because of this that it was able to escape the encirclement of the Church of the Storm? Klein leaned back in his chair and had a vague guess. Today's matter isn't a coincidence. It's all because the archaeologist, Letitia, took away an important item from the Forgotten Temple, causing sea god Cavituous's situation to worsen, making it difficult for him to maintain his existence for long. As it gets its believers to find that item, it makes preparations to possess a body to survive. That bone sword should originate from its demigod body. It hides a bit of its power that it projects over. As long as the target is suitable, it will invade the body of the person it touches, corrupting the soul, establishing coordinates, and allowing its spirit to transfer over before dissipating. However, it's clearly not good at such matters. Yes, it's not the snake of Mercury. It's unable to self-circulate and reincarnate. It's also not like Blasphemer Amon, who can reside in the souls of others. If it really occupies this body, it will only cause the flesh and blood to completely collapse, creating a terrifying monster. According to this logic, Cavituous, who is on the verge of complete destruction, will do many more crazy things. Klein frowned slightly. Without further delay, he fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. He unlocked the door, opened the door, and entered the living room, which startled Donnaz, who was pacing back and forth. Donnaz scrutinized him from head to toe and asked cautiously and warily, "Are you all right?" Klein maintained his persona as Gairman Sparrow and calmly replied, "That's right. Done." "It's settled?" Donnaz looked left and right before glancing at the bedroom. He suspected that what he had felt was an illusion and that there was no sea god's curse at all. What is he doing in the bedroom? It only took a minute or two to remove the sea god's curse. Hiss, this guy has a lot of secrets. Donnaz took 2 steps back and gave way. Beside a table with a lot of junk, Baldy Colott, who was sitting in a wheelchair, said to the tattooed man, Edmonton, with a look of regret, "What a pity. Just a little bit more." He didn't pick it up. All he did was touch it. Edmonton sighed as well. Colott looked at the slightly curved bone sword and fervently muttered to himself, "When an outsider picks up this holy sword, God will reappear on the earth." Edmonton knelt down as though he was confessing to the gods. As time passed, Colott and Edmonton suddenly heard 2 screams. They looked up and saw that 2 of their companions had fallen straight to the ground. Their skin was like weathered rock, losing all its moisture. Colott and Edmonton looked at each other and sensed a strange atmosphere. The 2 of them straightened their bodies at the same time and looked at the table. The milky white holy sword cracked and shattered into countless small pieces. Please remember the domain name of this book, 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 544. When an outsider picks up this holy sword, God will reappear on the land. But what if the holy sword shatters? These two sentences echoed in Colott and Edmonton's minds, completely touching on the blind spots of their knowledge. For dozens of seconds, they looked at the shattered holy sword with blank expressions, unable to say a word. They couldn't believe that the holy sword, which had only been touched by an outsider in the evening, would suddenly shatter. What did this mean? What did this mean? The two of them didn't dare to think too deeply about it. It was as if they had returned to the past. Back then, a secret stronghold of the resistance had been discovered by the Rouen military, and it had been wiped out without any warning. Their fathers had all died in that massacre, and their female relatives had been abducted and sold to different places. Before receiving the bad news, Colott and Edmonton's emotions were the same as they were now. They were heavy, flustered, expectant, and uneasy, mixing into a strong sense of repression. Return to the jungle, and find the high priest to figure out the reason. Perhaps this is God's latest revelation to us, Colott said in a deep voice as he turned his wheelchair. Edmonton immediately stood up and said to his remaining subordinates, "Continue searching for those blasphemers, but don't stay here. Also, instruct the believers outside not to hold any rituals or even pray for the time being. The unexpected turn of events made him especially vigilant. Byam, in the corner of the street where the Cathedral of Waves was, Donnez held a stack of folded white paper and turned his head, a little nervous, worried, and puzzled. "You mean to put them up in different parts of this street, and finally at the door of the Cathedral of Waves?" He was very afraid that the cathedral's door would suddenly open and a group of fist-waving priests and bishops would rush out. They would attack him without asking why he had posted the notices. Klein maintained his cold state. Yes. His original plan was to hand over the matter of sea god Cavituous to Mr. the Hanging Man so that he could alert the Church of the Storm. However, considering that the other party still held the secret of Bancy Harbor and might have even handed it over, it was easy to arouse suspicion if he received any more important information in such a short period of time. Therefore, he ultimately decided to do it himself. As for the solution, it was very simple. Put up a few notices at the entrance of the mandated punishers so that they could see them the moment they came out. There was a small problem with the execution of this plan. Klein couldn't tell which shops and companies around the Cathedral of Waves were the mandated punishers' identities to the public. He had no choice but to get Donnez to put in a little more effort and paste them in all the conspicuous places, including but not limited to the main entrance of the Cathedral of Waves. "I should have just run away. Why would I think that this fellow has saved my life? Perhaps it's because if it were any other powerful adventurer, I would have already turned into a gold pound. No, who would have thought that this lunatic would so easily resolve the sea god's curse? Escaping might have been worse." Donnez lamented inwardly as he unfolded the stack of paper and casually scanned the contents. After Letitia Dolera and the others entered the sea god ruins on Simeme Island, they were pursued by the resistance. At the same time, Colott and the other resistance members were selling a strange, slightly curved bone sword. Sea god Cavituous's body is on the verge of collapse, and his mental state is extremely crazy. Donnez was stunned for 2 seconds as he subconsciously glanced at German Sparrow. "I can understand the first part, but why would there be descriptions of sea god Cavituous's body on the verge of collapse and his mental state being extremely crazy? How did German Sparrow know of this? Did he discover a problem in the process of resolving the sea god's curse? And how did he resolve the sea god's curse? The organization behind him is much more powerful and terrifying than I imagined. Could it be similar to the Aurora Order, serving a true deity?" The more Donnez thought about it, the more alarmed he became. The first time he heard of the Aurora Order came from a raid at sea. At that time, he saw the captain's solemn expression for the first time. After that, he was taught some of the so-called mysterious world's general knowledge. Klein responded to Donna's gaze with an emotionless gaze. In the notice, he excluded his own subjective guesses and only described the things that were certain, so as not to interfere with the judgment of the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm. Among them, the content of Letitia and the others taking an important item was deleted. The lost temple was changed to the more inclusive Sea God's ruins. The stronghold that Kalat and the others would obviously give up after realizing that something had happened to the Sea God was also omitted. Donnas quickly retracted his gaze, not daring to look again. The captain said that the more secrets you know, the more dangerous it is. He thought for a while and said worriedly, "Pasting it on the front door of the church will definitely attract a lot of attention from the Church of the Storm. Will they find out that I did it?" Klein gave a concise answer. "Yes." Donnas forced a smile. "Then wouldn't I be in danger?" Klein used his clown powers to control his expression and calmly replied, "You're a pirate with a bounty on your head to begin with. Do you think you can swagger down the main streets of Byam now?" Klein lampooned inwardly. "That's right. No matter what, they'll capture me and put a bounty on me." "No, there's something wrong with that," Donnas blurted out, "but my bounty will increase." Klein looked at him without saying a word, but the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. At that instant, Donnas seemed to hear a rhetorical question. "Isn't this a good thing? A good thing that a donkey kicks?" Danitz chuckled dryly, took the stack of notices, and posted them in a conspicuous spot on the street near the Cathedral of Waves in the middle of the night. "It really looks like a small advertisement." Klein, with one hand in his pocket, looked from afar and commented inwardly. He then sighed. "It's great to have an assistant. At least I don't have to do something so degrading myself. If I were in Tingen or Bakeland, if something similar were to happen, the scene would be too beautiful to imagine." Donnas finally arrived outside the Church of Waves and pasted the notice on the front door. Then, he clenched his fist and knocked on the door. After doing all of this, he turned around and ran, as if there were 10 mandated punishers running behind him. Klein didn't dare to delay. He took out the paper doll and flung it away, letting it burn to ashes. He quickly moved to another street. After his recent encounters, he had a deep understanding of the mandated punisher's style and didn't dare to be careless. It was not until they were far away from the Church of Waves that they slowed down and resumed their normal walking speed. Donna's physique was not bad. At this moment, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. Puzzled, he asked, "Why don't you just write a letter to the police station or throw it into the governor's office?" Without waiting for Klein to answer, he already understood. "That's right. The lower-ranking police officers and the staff of the governor's office are all locals. It's very likely that they sympathize with the resistance, and they might even be hidden believers of the Sea God." As they spoke, the two turned a corner and saw a red building that occupied an extremely large area in front of them. It was brightly lit inside, and music could be heard faintly. There were people coming and going at the entrance, and carriages alternated. It didn't feel like it was late at night at all. "Ha, we actually came here." After a second of surprise, Donnas revealed a smile that all men understood. "Red Theater?" Klein, who had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, was instantly enlightened. Donnas chuckled and said, "This is one of the most famous places in the entire Sonia Sea. This is one of the most famous places in the Sonia Sea. There are mysterious and charming Balam girls, passionate and hot Fainapotter girls, open and seductive Intis girls, tall and beautiful Faceak girls, conservative and quiet lone ladies, gentle and docile locals. This fellow knows quite a lot. He comes here often?" Klein swept a glance at Blazing without saying a word. For some baffling reason, Donnas felt like he had been seen through as he immediately smiled awkwardly. "That's what pirates say when they brag. I've only been here a few times. In the past, I didn't have much money, so I could only find ordinary ones. Furthermore, they were mainly from the Fog Sea. Later, I joined the Golden Dream. No wonder. Although Vice Admiral Iceberg's subordinates are treated well and often receive a share of the treasure, it's rather difficult to save up a few houses in Byam. Compared to the typical pirate, this fellow at least knows how to control himself and save money. Klein thought in enlightenment. Donnez didn't wish to continue the topic as he changed the topic. In Byam, there are many street girls, especially there. He pointed into the distance. In the end, 3 to 4 out of 10 families agreed. TSK, if it's someone with your standard Loanese looks, almost no one would reject it. They would only secretly hide their daughters from you. Every year, Loan's Navy commits many murders and rapes here. They aren't much better than the pirates, but they will only be chased back to their countries. At most, they will have to pay a small fine. Klein listened in silence as he suddenly recalled the group of sea god believers who were praying by the pool in the evening. He recalled their fanatical and numb faces. Bakeland, inside the villa of the Odora family. Having exposed a certain problem, Emlyn White nervously followed Cosme into the underground area and once again arrived in the grey stone hall with the black iron-colored coffin. "Honorable Lord Nibs, why have you summoned me?" Although Emlyn had rehearsed such a scene dozens of times in his mind, he still couldn't completely eliminate the tension and anxiety in his heart. In such a state, he suddenly understood a problem. From a drama point of view, the character he was playing should be secretly worried and afraid. There's no need for any special disguise. I did well. Emlyn suddenly calmed down. A deep and aged voice sounded from the coffin that was covered in symbols and magic labels. "To commend you. For the ancestor, you risked praying to the fool. Although you didn't receive a response, you still took on a huge risk. This is an act that needs to be rewarded. Here's a bill of acceptance for £7,000. It's a reward for you. I didn't give it to you in time due to the great smog of Bakeland, but it's not too late now. At the same time, you have to pay attention to yourself at all times. Don't relax. Immediately inform Cosme if anything abnormal happens." He really gave me money. Emlyn nearly forgot to close his mouth.